Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kakur here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, can you please give me a thumbs up? Let me know that I'm audible to you so that we can start the discussion. Great. Let's start. So, yesterday, what we have done? Yesterday, we started with the concept of microeconomics. That is basically certain concepts in microeconomics that you need to understand, right, for UPSC examination. Focus should be UPSC Civil Services examination. Now, yesterday, what we have discussed, let me show it to you. And by the way, yesterday, many of you are asking, sir, how do we make mind map? And this is how generally I prepare a mind map. You can have your own trick, you can have your own method. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, you should be able to revise it, remember it for a longer duration. That should be your agenda. Now, what we have discussed yesterday, right? I'll put the headline here, introduction. And in introduction, what we have discussed yesterday, let me show it to you. We started with the definition of economics, correct or not? Anybody in the classroom who says, sir, you did not define economics, right? Don't lie, right? So early morning, please do not lie to me. First, we started with definition of economics. Then we started with dividing the economics, right? Basically classification of economics into two parts. One is microeconomics. Second one is macroeconomics. One is micro, second one is macroeconomics. Then we discussed certain points regarding microeconomics. That is, it focuses on individuals, individual units in the economy. What do you mean by individual units? It could be talking about individual product, I'm sorry, individual company. It could be talking about individual household, etc., etc. Right? Generally, the focus will be on supply and the demand of individual units. That is microeconomics for you. Then we discussed macroeconomics. Macroeconomics focuses on aggregates, correct? It focuses on aggregates. Aggregates means what? Totals. For example, all the houses in India, how many people were there, right? Or in companies or in employment, right? Total demand and total supply, right? Total demand, aggregate demand and aggregate supply. That is the focus of study in macroeconomics. Macroeconomics. So one was the definition, then was the classification. Then, right, we discuss? Right, then what did we discuss, right, after this microeconomics and macroeconomics? Factors of production. Do you remember this? Factors of production. Now, what do you mean by factors of production? Simple. In fact, I've given the definition also. For producing any good or a service, you require certain inputs. That will be the definition, correct? You require certain inputs. And what we have done in economics, we have divided all these inputs, or in simple terms, resources, into four types. What are the four types? One is land, second one is labor, third one is capital, and the fourth one is entrepreneurship. Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. Right? Land is anything that is naturally available to us. Labor is right, people who will be used for manufacturing. Third one is capital, that is anything that we have produced which we are going to use for further production. Then entrepreneurship, the one who will start the business by putting together all these resources. Then we have discussed the concept of, right, the factor cost as well as factor income, correct? Factor cost as well as factor income. For land, factor cost or factor income is rent. For labor, it is wages. For capital, it is interest. And entrepreneurship, it is profits. It is profits. Right? That is a factor cost for the company, factor income, right, for the service provider. This is regarding factors of production. Then what we have discussed, evolution of economy. Evolution of economy or different types of economies. What are the examples that we have discussed? In types of economies, one was capitalism. One was capitalism. What are the features of capitalism? In capitalism, the factors of production are controlled by the private sector. The role of the government is minimal, right? There is a freedom of choice of production, consumption, etc., etc. What are the merits? What are the demerits? Right? Features, merits, as well as demerits. Then we have discussed socialism. Then we have discussed socialism. What is the basic idea of socialism? To the central problems of the economy. Do you remember the central problems? Who should produce? What should be produced? How much should be produced? To whom it should be sold? At what prices it should be sold? Etc. etc. That is basically the idea for socialism. And in this socialism, only government will decide who should produce, right? How much they should produce, what they should produce, etc. Again, the argument is simple: features, merits, and demerits. Point, right? Third one is the idea of a mixed economy, concept of mixed economy. And in case of mixed economy, I said, which is the best example? India, right? What are the features of mixed economy? Both government as well as private sector will provide the solutions for the central problems of economy. Certain sectors you will see both government and private sector being present. In certain sectors, only private sector. In certain sectors, right, only government. And moreover, I've told you one point: although the private sector will have certain freedom to produce, the power, right, the overall control of the economy is always with the government, right? Feature. Then what are the merits? What are the demerits? Right? These are the different types of economies that we have discussed. Correct? These are the different types of economies. Then law of demand and law of supply. Simple. Law of demand and law of supply, and certain exceptions to both the law of demand as well as the law of supply. Right? In case of law of demand, what is the meaning of law of demand? Right? What we have discussed: certain factors which will have influence over the demand, such as price of the commodity, price of related goods, right? Then we have discussed what is the law, I'm sorry, what is the income of the consumer, and what is the taste and preference. These are some of the factors that will influence the kind of demand or product that you will purchase or consume in the market. Then what is a law? What is a statement? Definition of law of demand. What is a statement or definition of law of demand? I told you a simple trick. Price is inversely proportional to demand. Price is inversely related to demand. Price goes up, demand goes down. Price goes down, demand goes up. And in fact, yesterday also I've told you, is it universally applicable? Is it always applicable? Of course, no. I've given you certain examples for this also. For example, salt, right? For example, medicines, right, etc. So remember that. Then the graphical representation of law of demand. The same thing with respect to law of supply. What are the factors influencing supply in the market? Then what is the statement of law of supply? Statement is, again, I given a simple trick to you. Price is directly proportional to supply. Price is directly proportional to supply. Then graphical representation of law of supply. Graphical representation of law of supply. Then certain exceptions. I've given you exception to law of demand, law of supply. Please go through them. They can be asked in UPSC. And one more thing that we have covered yesterday is a concept of opportunity cost. Opportunity cost. Right? That is because the resources are very scarce, there is always a trade-off. Trade-off means a sacrifice. Right? When you purchase or when you decide to use your resources in this way, you'll have to you'll have to sacrifice the next best alternative. So what is the cost related to that? That is called as opportunity cost. And finally, what we have discussed is market equilibrium. Market equilibrium. Correct? Right? Whenever the prices will go up, what will happen in the market? Whenever the prices will go down, what will happen in the market? You could arrive at a market equilibrium, or you could have scarcity, you could have surplus. And as a result of this, how prices will move in the market. Now, please tell me, right, in this, right, again, this is a simplified version, simplified concept that we have covered here. Is it easier to revise like this? I find it easier. Again, there is no compulsion on you. You should not have to say, yes, sir, right? Yes, compulsorily. Absolutely no. Everybody would have their own tool or own trick to, right, revise or remember. This is one trick I generally remember, right? For you, whatever works. I hope you understand my statement. Whatever works for you. Because ultimately, the objective is you should be able to remember, write it in the exam. Trust me, the interviewer or in the mains exam, they will not ask you, tell me, what was your tool to remember? And you told, sir, mind map, then they'll give you extra 2 marks. Absolutely no. Right? So entirely left to you, but please understand, I'll be very frank with you. To begin with, it will take certain time. Right? To make a mind map, it will take certain time. You will have to spend time to start with. Once you make a mind map, nothing, it is very easy. In fact, right, the reason why I've left the space on the left side in the slide is, what I generally do is, in the left side, I will list out current affairs. If there is any current affairs, I will start listing out current affairs on the left side. Let's say top 15 or top 20 current affairs articles related to this chapter, so that when I revise, I'm revising current affairs as well as the static portion. So again, this is basically a tool or a trick to remember. Whatever works for you, you please use it. Now let me start. Supply and demand curve. One more concept is left out with supply and demand curve. That is, one is called as a movement along the curve. Second one is called as a shift of curve. One is movement along the curve, and second one is a shift of the curve. Now, what do you mean by movement along the curve and shift of the curve? Now, let me ask you a very simple question. Right, understand this? Let me ask you a very simple question. Imagine you have 100 rupees. Imagine you have 100 rupees and the price of the product is 20 rupees. Price of the product is 20 rupees. Now, please tell me, right, wake up, early morning CSAT, right, basically price of product is 20, you have 100 rupees. Is it okay if I say you'll be able to purchase a 5 units? Any problem with the CSAT number here? You'll be able to purchase 5 units. Now, what if I say your income will increase from 100 rupees to 120 rupees? Your income will increase from 100 rupees to 120 rupees. At the same price, I repeat, at the same price, I'm not changing price, at the same price, will you be able to purchase more units now? Will you be able to purchase more units? Of course, yes. Now, rather than 100, what if it becomes 80 rupees? Rather than 100, what if your income becomes 80 rupees? Now, you'll be able to purchase at the same price 4 units. Any problem with one example? One example. This is one example. Second example, what if price of the related goods will change? Price of the related goods will change. Again, same argument here, right? Let's say price of the related goods will change by 5%, 10%, 30%. Please do let me know. If the price of the related goods will change, don't you think, let's say price will increase, right, at the same price? What I'm trying to convey to you people is, imagine these are related goods. Imagine these are related goods, by the way. Okay, both are substitutes, of course both are not, but imagine if price of this good will go up, if this good price does not change, don't you think many of you will start jumping from this product to this product? Substitution. All of you will agree? Substitution. You will reduce the consumption of this product, but the price of this product is not changing, but your demand is increasing. I hope you understand my point here. Now, this is one set of example. One set of example, please remember, we will use it. Another set of example is, you have 100 rupees. You have 100 rupees, and let's say price of the product is same, 20 rupee. Now, I'll write the number directly because you already have answered, yes, it is 5. What if the price of the product becomes 25 rupees? Right? What if the price of the product becomes 25 rupees? Now you will be able to purchase 4 units. What if the price of the product becomes 10 rupees? You will be able to purchase 10 units. Any problem with this example that I've told you? Any problem with this example that I've told you? I will write this as example 1 and this as example 2. Now, please make an observation and tell me, is it okay if I say, in example 1, price of the product is not changing, but other factors are changing? I repeat, in example 1, price of the product is not changing, but other factors are changing. Whereas in second example, price of the product is changing, and as a result of this, a demand is changing. Any problem? It's very clear. Numbers are there right in front of you. Make an observation. Now, what is the use of all of this? Why should you study all of this? And by the way, please do not by heart these calculations. UPSC will not ask you these calculations. The reason is very simple. Whenever the price of the product, price of the commodity changes, you will observe movement along the curve. I'll repeat the statement. Whenever the price of the commodity changes, you will observe movement along the curve. And whenever any other factor changes, anything else except price, price remains the same and any other factor changes, that will lead to shift of the curve. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Right? Whenever price of the product changes, whenever the price of the product changes, you will simply say or you will observe movement along the curve. And what is that? I'll show it. And whenever any other factor changes, not the price of the commodity remains the same. Any other factor changes, you will observe shift of the curve. Now you'll ask me, sir, what is that? Let me show it to you. Let me show it to you. Do you remember this? Yesterday I had given you this similar table. Right? I had given you this similar table yesterday. And I told you a technical term. This is called as a demand schedule. Again, for UPSC not needed, but I need this to explain, right, the shift as well as the shift as well as the movement. This is called as a demand schedule. Right? Don't worry, do not by heart it. What is the demand schedule? Demand schedule represents at different prices, what will be the demand for a product. Right? Technically speaking, at different prices, what will be the quantity demanded for a particular product. For example, at 40 rupees, quantity demanded will be 140 units. At 30 rupees, quantity demanded will be 160 units. At 50 rupees, quantity demanded will be 120, so on and so forth. And please tell me, does it make sense? As the prices are changing, demand is moving in opposite direction. Anybody has a problem? And is it always fixed like this only, 140, 160? No. I want to get a straight line. That's the reason I've given these kind of numbers. Anybody has a problem with the demand schedule? Prices are changing and demand is changing in exactly opposite direction. That is very clearly visible. Now, coming to the point, what is movement? Why do we call this as a movement along the curve? Movement along the curve simply means you already have a demand curve. You already have a demand curve. And please tell me, how did you draw the demand curve? Do you remember this? How did you draw the demand curve? You took the right prices as well as the demand numbers. You pointed out or you basically plotted the graph. You found the coordinates along x-axis, y-axis, found the points, connected the dots, hence you have the demand curve. Now let's say you are at this combination. Simple. Let's say you are at this combination. That is, price is 40 rupees and the quantity demanded is 140 units. And let's assume this is that particular point. That is, price is 40 and the quantity demanded is 140 units. Now what will happen is, price, let's say, will contract. Right? Look at the technical term I'm using. Price will contract. Contract means reduce. Price will contract to 30 rupees. Now from, right, 40, price is contracting to how much? 30. So I'll have to come down along y-axis. I'll have to come down along y-axis. Imagine this is price P1. Imagine this is price P1. Now when you arrive at price P1, right, you apply law of demand. Simple, you apply law of demand. When price will go down, what should happen to the demand? What should happen to the quantity demanded? Quantity demanded should go up. It should go up from 140 to 160. Now you will basically take 160 units and you will realize that it is here at Q1. It is here at Q1. Now 30, 160, if you plot it, the point will be N, which falls on the demand line. Is it okay? The 30 as well as a 160, right? That is, again, if you write x comma y, some of you will say, sir, it should be statistically correct. It should come x comma y. So 160 comma 30, right? That point will fall again on the demand curve itself. Now look at this. Can I say point, right? The point has a shifted, sorry, point has moved down the line. Think of it. Can I say the original point was here on the line. The point has moved down the line. Any problem with this? We are not going out of the line. We are not going above or below the line. No, we are moving down the line. Again, we are falling on the line itself. Right? This is called as a movement. This is called as a movement along the curve. You already have the line. Whether the price changes or not, either it goes up or it goes down, you will keep on changing. You will keep on moving either up the line or down the line. You will keep on moving up the line or down the line. Right? So remember this. Price is changing, but more importantly, make observations. Price is changing. Price was 40. Price has become now how much? 30. Can we take other side of this? Can we take other side of this? What if price will expand? Price will expand from 40 rupees to 50. Now it will go up along y-axis like this. From P, it will become P2 now. We are here. We are at P2. Now if price will go up from 40 to 50, automatically what should happen to the demand? Demand should go down. Demand should go down. So that is exactly what you'll observe. Now take both the coordinates. Take both the coordinates and plot it. And right, what you'll observe is simple. This new point again will fall on the demand curve itself. The new point will fall on the demand curve again, which means we are moving up the line. We are moving up in the line. Earlier we were moving down in the line. Now we are moving up in the line. Right? This is again called as movement along the curve. But what observation you should make here? What should be your observation? Your observation should be, sir, price is changing. And because the price of the commodity is changing, demand is also changing. But we are not going right of the line or left of the line. We are moving along the line itself. We will always be on the line. This system is called as a movement along the curve. This is referred to as a movement along the curve. Please do not by heart the table. Trust me, UPSC will not ask you this. Simply remember, in the movement along the curve, price of the product changes. Nothing else. Price of the commodity. And because the price of the commodity changes, you will keep moving above in the line or downward or upward in the line, on the line itself. Hence, this is called as movement along the curve. Any problem? And the term, technical term, please by heart them. Technical term we use is contraction and expansion. Contraction and expansion. That is right. Whenever the prices will contract, demand will expand, and whenever prices will expand, demand will contract. Right? Demand will contract. Any problem with this? Please do let me know. Sir, will UPSC ask a figure? Please check. That's the reason I'm saying please have the habit of looking or going through the last 5 years question papers. Please tell me, anybody who has seen the last 5 years question papers, please do let me know. In mains, have they asked a law of demand and supply in the last 5 years? Check it. I know many of you don't trust me, right? Then how do you check whether I'm teaching correct or not? There should be a system, right? Right, there should be a system, right? So please check the last 5 years question paper. They will not ask you all of this. Why? This is microeconomics. This is purely microeconomics. In prelims they've asked, and that's the reason I'm saying movement along the curve. Simply remember the technical term contraction expansion. Right? You have a look at the table now. If the price will contract from 40 rupees to 30 rupees, if the price will contract from 40 rupees to 30 rupees, the demand will expand from 140 units to 160 units. Is it okay? Look at the table. I'll repeat the statement again. If the price will contract from 40 rupees to 30 rupees, the demand will expand from 140 units to 160 units. And opposite also you can say, that is, if the prices will expand from 40 to 50 rupees, demand will contract from 140 units to 120 units. This is how we generally use the concept of movement along the curve. Now let me go to the second one here. Shift of the curve. Shift of the curve. Now in case of shift of the curve, I stated price of the commodity does not change. At a particular price, at a particular price, right, the price remains the same. But the demand for the commodity will keep on changing because other factors will keep on changing. For example, I said, what if the price of substitutes will change? Because of the change in the price of the substitutes, the demand for this product might change despite the prices remaining same. What if income of the consumer changes? If the income changes, right, the price of the product might remain same, but the demand might keep on changing. That is basically the concept here. Now, how do we use it? How do we use it? Let's say, right, this is the price, that is 20 rupees per unit, and your income was 100 rupees. Your income was 100 rupees. Now, same calculations, right? Do you remember? Same calculation. That is, at the income of 100, per unit is 20. How much will be the quantity demanded for a product? How much will be the quantity demanded for the product? 5 units. What if your income, will become 120 rupees now? Please tell me, what if your income becomes 120 rupees? Automatically, rather than 5 units, right? Don't you think now the quantity being demanded will become 6 units? Now, please think of it. Please think of it. I'm using simple number here, 100 rupee, and per unit cost is 20. Now, don't you think if this point in the curve, this is original demand curve. This is original demand curve. If the point on the original demand curve is going to shift like this, right? It is going to shift. And what kind of shift have you observed? Can I say the demand has shifted to the right? Let me know. In this example, can I say demand has shifted to the right? Any problem with this? Please do let me know. In this example, the demand has shifted to the right. Now, don't you think if this can change for other points also, the demand will automatically shift to the right? Let me know. For other points also, right? Whatever points are there on the original demand curve, for other points also, the points will shift to the right. Now you connect all the new points, all the new dots. What you'll get is a new demand curve. And now have a look at this. The new demand curve, can I say, has shifted to the right here. The new demand curve has shifted to the right. This is called as a shifting of the curve. This is referred to as a shifting of the curve. Now, what if your income, rather than increasing to 120 rupees, will fall down to, right, let's say 80 rupees? What if your income, rather than increasing to 120, will fall down to, right, basically 80 rupees? Now, at 20 rupees per unit, will you be able to purchase 5 units? No, you will be able to purchase only 4 units. As a result of this, this point which was there on the original curve basically will shift to the left. Now it will be 4 units here. Now, if one of these points will shift, what will happen to other points? Let me know what will happen to other points. And again, please go back to your high school. Many of you are asking, sir, how other points will shift? Can you draw a demand curve like this then? Think of it. Can you draw a demand curve like this? Those are saying why other points will shift, please tell me. Right? That is the reason high school education, high school knowledge is also important here. Right? Some points are straight like this. One of the point will become like this, and remaining points are like this. Can you draw a demand curve in this way? Where have you seen it? You cannot draw it. Why? I'll tell you. Right? If price is, let's say, I'm sorry, if your income is 1000, whenever the price is 20, because of various factors, the demand might change. When the price is 30, the demand might change. When it is 40, the demand will change because of various other reasons. Right? That is the reason. Please remember this. If one point will shift to the left like this, right, other points will also shift towards the left. And if you connect all these dots, you will get a new demand curve. But this new demand curve has shifted to the left. This new demand curve has shifted to the left. This is basically the concept of shift of the curve. Right? This is called as a shift of the curve. Now, what you need to remember, sir, very, very difficult, right? I've forgotten the mathematics, geometry of, right, 11th and 12th. Don't worry. Even if that is the case, don't worry. And some of you will say, sir, I'm not from maths background. Nothing wrong with that. What I would recommend in that case is simply remember 2 points. Simply remember 2 points. Whenever the price of the product changes, I repeat, whenever the price of the product changes, you will see movement along the curve. At least this can you remember? Point number one. At least this can you remember? Whenever the price of the product changes, nothing else, everything else remains the same. Price of the product changes, right? You will observe movement along the curve. Point number one. And point number two, whenever you observe movement along the curve, you will use the term contraction and expansion. Now come to shift of the curve. Point number one, shift of the curve. Price does not change. Right? Price remains the same. Other factors such as the price of the related goods, price of income of the customer, that is a buyer, taste and preferences, etc., etc., etc. Right? You simply remember it is called as a shift of the curve. Curve will shift. Either the curve will shift to left side or curve will shift to the right side. And whenever you come across the concept of shift of the curve, you use the term increase and decrease. Remember this. I've written it in the slide also. Whenever you come across the concept of shift of the curve, you use the term increase and decrease. Right? Income will increase, demand will decrease. Income will decrease, demand, so income will increase, demand will increase. Income will decrease, demand will decrease. This is how you use the terminologies. Can we go forward? Can we go forward related to this? Right? Beyond this, don't do a PhD thesis on this. This is more than sufficient for civil services examination. Okay. Now, let me go to the next concept, types of goods. Next concept is types of goods. I'll be discussing certain classifications here. Understand? Right? Understand these carefully. Questions have been asked. Today we will look at the questions which have come in the preliminary examination. Now let's start. First classification, normal goods and inferior goods. First classification, normal goods and inferior goods. Now let me start with a very simple example. Very simple example. Imagine there is a person who is earning, let's say, 1000 rupees. Okay. Imagine there is a person who is earning 1000 rupees. Now, because the income is limited, I repeat, because the income is limited, right, he would be traveling in a public bus. He'll be traveling in public bus. All of you will agree? All of you will resonate with this? Sir, income is limited, right? So because the income is lesser, I don't want to spend in Ola. So I'll be using public transportation. Now, what if the person's income will increase from 1000 rupees to, let's say, 10 lakh rupees? What if the person's income will increase from 1000 rupees to 10 lakh rupees? Now, can I say, rather than using public bus, the person will purchase, let's say, a car. The person will purchase a car. Now, please look at the example. I'll give you a statement. What you're observing here is, with rise in the income, I repeat, what you're observing here is, with the rise in the income, the demand for certain goods or services in the market will go down, and the demand for certain goods in the market will increase. Any problem here? Any problem? I'll repeat it again. With change in the income of the person, with change in the income of the person, demand for certain goods in the market will go down, and right, demand for certain other goods will go up. Can I go forward? Anybody has an issue, please do let me know right now. It's a very simple idea, right? A very basic idea, right? Demand for certain goods will go up, demand for certain goods should go down. That is how economy will work out, right? For example, imagine, right? Imagine you are this person, your income is, let's say, 1 lakh rupees now. Now it will become, right, let's say 20 lakh rupees. From 1 lakh, it will become 20 lakh. Will you keep your consumption of goods and services same? Think of it. Don't you think the kind of consumption that you will do now will change? Some of the goods, now you'll simply say, no worries, I have more money. So for some of the goods, right, you will increase the consumption. For some of the goods, it will decrease the consumption. Very simple idea. Apply the logic now. Apply the same argument. Whenever income, I repeat, whenever, right, the income and the demand for certain commodities will move in the same direction, right? Whenever income and the demand for certain commodity, certain product in the market will move in the same direction. That's very important. Same direction means what? Income increases, demand increases. Income decreases, demand also decreases. So whenever income and demand moves in the same direction or else positively related, such goods are called as normal goods. I hope you understand. I'll repeat it. Whenever income of a person or income of consumers and demand for certain goods will move in same direction, same direction means, right, same, right, that is upward or downward, such goods are called as normal goods. Now before you start typing questions, can you please observe, some of the students are typing, hey, give example. My dear, right, before asking me, can you see the slide? At least observe, see the slides. Right? What are the examples? TVs, refrigerator, car, etc. Now, please tell me, if everybody in case of India, or let's say certain people in case of India, will start earning more, don't you think demand for cars will increase? Think of it and right, think of it and do let me know. If people in India will start earning more, will the demand for smart TVs increase? Will the demand for refrigerator increase? And I'll give you a technical term here. Please remember. Generally, TVs, ACs, washing machines, refrigerator, etc. Refrigerator, etc. Right? Please remember, these are called as white goods. These are called as white goods. Right? Any problem here? These are called as white goods. Why? I'll tell you. Right? Some of you will simply say, but sir, right, I purchased a washing machine. This is right, purple in color. I purchased a washing machine, right, inspired by Barbie movie. It is pink in color. Now you will get different colors. I will agree to you. I'll agree to you. Don't worry. But right, go back 40. I'm sorry. Go back 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Don't you think all these kind of products were available generally in only one color? I hope you understand my point. Right? Historically, all these products, when we started producing them, were available only in one color, that is white color. Today you will find different colors, but historically speaking, these were available only in one color, that is white. And that is the reason these are generally referred to as white goods. Right? These are generally referred to as white goods. Okay? Right? So refrigerator, ACs, right? Generally TVs also will put it under the white goods only. Right? Someone will say, no, no, TV was produced only in black, but generally, right? Because it is part of the household consumption, right? We will put it under white goods. Okay? So these are called as normal goods. Now come to this example that I've written in the top of the slide. In the top of the slides. In this case, with change in the income, with the rise in the income, with the rise in the income, what about public transportation? What has happened to the demand for public transportation? The demand for the public transportation has gone down. Any problem? And please look at the picture and let me know. With the rise in the income, what has happened to the demand for public transportation? It has gone down, which means in this example, whenever income goes up, demand will go down. And whenever income will go down, demand will go up. In simple terms, in case of inferior goods, in case of inferior goods, what they generally say is the change in the income is right going to change the demand, but in opposite direction. Opposite direction means right, negatively related or inversely related. Income goes up, demand goes down. Income goes down, demand goes up. Example: cereals such as jowar and bajra. Cereals such as jowar and bajra. Now, please understand this carefully. Jowar and bajra are example of millets, right? Are you reading about millets? Very often, Government of India brings out some discussion regarding millets. Government wants to promote the consumption of millets in India. Now, don't get diverted. Come to the point of discussion. Now, why do we write cereals such as right millets, jowar and bajra in case of inferior goods? Now, please imagine this. Please imagine this. Earlier, what used to happen is a person, right? Imagine a person's income will fall down. The person will not be able to afford wheat. A person will not be able to afford other superior agriculture commodities. And this person or the household where income has fallen down would take refuge, would simply start consuming lot of millets, right? They would start consuming lot of millets, and that is the precise reason, right? Cereals such as millets, jowar and bajra, right, were basically classified or basically are classified as inferior goods, are classified as inferior goods, right? Public transportation, if I lose my job, if my income falls down, automatically, rather than using car, rather than people demanding more and more car, people would be dependent on public transportation. So that is the reason in case of inferior goods, income and demand will move in opposite direction. Is it okay? Right? Will move in opposite direction, or negative related in case of inferior good, and positively related in case of right, normal good. Now there is one technical term here, income elasticity. Right? Income elasticity. In case of normal goods, I said income elasticity, right, is positive. In case of inferior goods, income elasticity of a demand is negative. Now, what is this? Give me some time. I'll discuss elasticity separately. Right? I'll discuss elasticities separately. Right? Just give me some time. I'll discuss that. Don't worry. Second classification, Giffen and Veblen good. Second classification is Giffen and right, Veblen good. Now, please remember, yesterday, do you remember the concept of law of demand? Yesterday, we have discussed this. Do you remember the concept of law of demand? What does the law of demand say? Price and demand are inversely proportional. Simple. Price and demand are inversely proportional. That is, if the price right goes up, demand goes down, and if the price goes down, demand goes up. That is basically law of demand. Now, one more exception to the law of demand is a Giffen good and a Veblen good. One more exception to the law of demand is a Giffen good and a Veblen good. Now, what is Giffen good and what is Veblen good? Please remember, in case of both, price and demand are going to move in same direction. Right? In case of Giffen and Veblen good, price and demand are going to move in the same direction. But what is the basic idea here? If in case of both of them, if price and demand are moving in the same direction, why do we have a different name? Let me explain this. Given goods are consumed by very, very poor people, very poor households. Given goods are consumed by very poor households, whereas Veblen goods are consumed by very rich people. Please tell me, based on this point itself, I'll give you examples, but based on this itself, do you think the kind of goods and services consumed by very poor household and very rich people, very rich household, do you think both are one and the same? Based on this point itself, I hope you understand the kind of a goods and services these kind of consumers, two different consumers. One is a very, very poor household. Second one is a very rich household. Based on this itself, you'll understand, right? Both are different. Consumption patterns are different. Now, how, right? How and why this kind of event will take place? Why there is a given good? Why there is a Veblen good? Let me start with Veblen. Right? In case of Veblen goods, as the prices of commodities will start increasing, the demand for the commodity will also be higher. As the prices of the product increases, the demand will also become higher. Why? Right? Why does it happen? Reason is simple. One, this kind of a product is consumed by very rich people who do not have any scarcity for money. They have lot of money. Point number two, they will use these products as a status symbols. Understand this? They will use or they will purchase and use these products as a status symbols. Right? What kind of products? For example, what about luxury cars? What about luxury cars? Sorry, any example of a luxury car? Example of a luxury car is, let's say, Lamborghini. Have you heard of this? There is, right, a car by the name of Lamborghini, right? Or for example, Rolls Royce, Ferrari car, right? Can a common man, Aam Aadmi, purchase these kind of cars? They can think, right? We can dream, but can we purchase a Rolls Royce? Of course, no, right? Because the money that we will have to shell out, money that we'll have to pay out is very, very huge, very, very high value for the commodity. So understand the logic here. Please understand the logic. These people are very rich, right? Filthy rich. They don't have any scarcity for money. And more the price of the product, more is the price of the product, they will purchase them, they will demand more for this. Why? They will purchase it and use it as status symbols. Examples are luxury cars, right? High quality diamonds, correct? High quality diamonds, high end real estate, right? Have you heard of yachts, right? Small boats, luxury boats, yachts, right? Billionaires generally spend a lot of money and purchase these kind of yachts, right? Or for that matter, planes, right? Very, very small planes which can carry 15 people or 8 people. People don't have any scarcity for money. They will spend money and purchase them. These are called as Veblen goods. And there is one more term here. Please remember this, right? There is one more term. These are generally referred to as snobs. These people, very rich people, these are referred as snobs, right? Why they are referred as snobs? Generally, it is said that these people will prefer to purchase these kind of products because others cannot afford them. I hope you understand this. These people would prefer to purchase these kind of products because others cannot afford these products. They want to showcase to the society that they are very rich, right? That is the reason, right? These are referred to as snobs. Any difficulty in Veblen goods? Please do let me know. Any difficulty in Veblen goods? And remember this, Veblen goods, the demand for that is not because it will give good value for the money. I hope you understand, right? Basically, the Veblen goods, the demand for this is not that it is good value for money. Absolutely no. For example, right, you purchase a Nano, you purchase a Lamborghini. Both are used for travel. But don't you think the person who will purchase a nano, their argument will be it is very good investment, that is very good value for money? I hope you understand. It is providing very good value for money. It will give mileage of, let's say, 30 kilometer or 20 kilometer, whereas a Lamborghini or a Ferrari will give you a mileage of, let's say, 10 kilometer. So the argument is Veblen goods, the demand is not because it is value for money. Absolutely no. It is because of snobs, right? Because they want to showcase that they're very rich. That is the reason. Okay. Now come to the Giffen good. Come to the Giffen good. Right? Come to the Giffen good. In case of Giffen good, also we say price and demand are directly related. Price and demand are directly related. Price goes up, demand also goes up. And these kind of goods are consumed by very, very poor households. Very, very poor houses. How? Why? Let me explain. Imagine here is a house. I hope you understand. Imagine here is a house which is very poor, very, very poor. And this house consumes very inferior, most inferior quality of rice. Inferior quality means what? Lowest quality of rice. Most inferior quality of rice, and along with that, it will consume certain amount of pulses. That is dal. Right? I hope you understand this. Very, very inferior quality of rice plus a certain amount of pulses. That is dal. Now, let's say, follow this very carefully. Some of you get confused here. Let's say, price of this inferior rice, which is the cheapest in the market, will go up. Price of this inferior rice, which is cheapest, will go up. Now, please tell me, the rice is the cheapest available in the market. When the price of this rice goes up, can you replace this with better quality rice? Understand the logic behind it. Can you replace this with better quality rice? Can you substitute? Some of you will say yes, sir. And as I expected, some of you are saying yes. My dear, this is a very poor house. Tell me now. This is a very, very poor house. Now the substitution will work out. The substitution will work out when you have more money. When you have more money. And when the person here you are talking about doesn't have sufficient resources even to take care of basic requirements, can you substitute this product? Not possible. Not possible. Point number one. Point number two. Right? Look at this. Point number two. When the price of this inferior rice goes up, with the same amount of limited income, can you purchase same quantity of dal now? Let me know. Can you purchase same quantity of dal, that is pulses? Some of you are saying yes. Please think very carefully. Think carefully. Why I'm saying think carefully? My dear, price of pulses in the market will be, let's say, 100 rupees. Price of this inferior rice could be, let's say, 15 rupees. Right? Don't you think it doesn't make sense for this person now? Right? Think of it. Right? For this person to purchase a dal now, they cannot consume so much amount of dal because it is costly compared to rice. And the price of this rice has increased. So what that household might do is, they will consume lesser amount of dal and they'll consume more amount of rice. Does it make sense to you? Let me know. They will consume lesser amount of dal and they'll start consuming more of this rice. Right? Does it make sense to you? Right? Please do let me know. But what is happening in this case? Please look at it. What is happening in the case of rice here? This quality of rice, or let's say the most inferior quality of rice, right? The price of the rice is increasing, and along with the price of the rice, the demand for the rice is also increasing, which means price and demand are moving in the same direction. That is a given good. That is a given good. Otherwise, if you don't believe me, have you seen certain movies? Right? Let me know. Old movies. Of course, this concept is outdated in new movies now. Old movies where right mother will cook and suddenly she will realize that there is no dal, and the mother doesn't have sufficient amount of money to purchase dal also. So mother will cook more of rice and serve it to the children, and that child becomes a hero, a billionaire in the future. Right? So argument is simple. Again, don't write the examples in write these kind of movie examples in exams. But does it make sense to you or not? Does it make sense to you? Perfect economic sense, where the price of the rice is increasing, but the demand is also increasing. Right? So that is the argument in case of Giffen good as well as Veblen good. That is the argument in case of Giffen as well as Veblen. Can we go forward now? Right? In case of Veblen good, price and demand will move in same directions. And some of you asked, sir, right? In case of Veblen good, you wrote price and demand will move in same direction. Can it happen opposite side also? That price will go down, demand will also go down. For rich people, yes. For rich people, of course, yes. Right? Why? If a luxury car, that is, let's say Rolls Royce, becomes cheaper, that everybody can purchase, do you think snobs will purchase them? Think of it. Right? If a luxury car such as Rolls Royce will become cheaper, that all of us can purchase, do you think snobs will also purchase them? Right? So this is from a context of a snob. Okay, that is argument. So Giffen and Veblen, please remember, exception to law of demand. Okay, exception to law of demand. Next one is merit and demerit. Merit good as well as demerit good. Now, what do you mean by merit good? Let me start with example here. I want you to understand one concept. There is a concept of externality. It is there here. There is a concept of externality and spillover or spillover. Now, what do you mean by externality or a spillover effect? Simple. There is one event taking place. Okay. There is one event that takes place. The impact of this event will be felt on other events. I'll give you examples. Just give me second. Okay. I'll repeat the statement here. There is one event that is taking place, and as a result of this, the impact of this will be felt on other events which seem unrelated to each other. Sir, what do you mean by this? Let me give you a current affairs example and you tell me whether this is correct or not. Russia-Ukraine war. Russia-Ukraine war. Now, do you think India is anyway connected to Russia-Ukraine war? Connected in the sense, are we party to the war? Are we fighting the war? Are we involved in the war? Did we tell Russia to attack Ukraine? Or did we tell Ukraine to defend against Russia? Absolutely no. We are no way involved in the war. Not involved in the war. That's what I'm saying. But can I say this is one event? Let me know. Can I say this is one event? And as a result of this event, is it affecting Indian economy? Is it affecting Indian economy? Of course, yes. Best example is oil. Best example is oil. Another example is fertilizer. Is it affecting wheat supply to the international market? Of course, yes. Is it affecting fertilizer supply to the international market? Of course, yes. Can I call this as a spillover effect? Think of it. Can I call this as a externality or a spillover effect for us? Right? I'll give you one more example. Imagine USA will fall into recession. Imagine USA will fall into recession. Now, we have not discussed recession, don't worry. Recession simply means whole economy, production will fall down. Right? In the whole economy, production will fall down, employment will fall down, unemployment will increase. Now, I'm saying this is happening in USA. Now, please tell me, will it affect India? Think of it. Will it affect India? Of course, yes. It should affect, by the way. Right? You can simply say, sir, USA is far away. We are here. It should not affect. Absolutely no. India is exporting goods and services to USA. This is a trade relation. And if there is, there is a recession in USA, automatically the demand for goods and services from India would be affected. So I hope you understand the logic here. Externality or a spillover effect. Right? Impact of one event on another event. Both of them look not related, but both are connected. There will be impact. Now, what is the use of this? Understand. Two types of goods, merit and demerit. In case of merit goods, more the consumption of these goods and services, more the consumption of these goods and services, more will be the benefit to the whole economy. I'll repeat the statement here. More is the consumption of these goods and services, more will be the benefit, more will be the benefit to the economy. Can I give you examples? It is there here only, right? Let's say nutritious food. Please tell me, consumption of nutritious food, is it not beneficial to us? Think of it, right? Apply logic, you'll understand it. Consumption of nutritious food, is it not going to provide benefit? Of course, yes. Now, what is the benefit to the whole economy? If I am healthy, can I contribute more to production? If I am healthy, can I produce more and more goods and services? Yes. More production means, right, companies will also get the benefit. Supply to the economy will increase. Companies will start earning profit. My salary in the future will increase. My house will also get the benefit. Not just me, my house. Because if I'm earning, I will provide better food to my, right, let's say my spouse, my parents, etc. So the consumption, more and more consumption of this is not just providing benefit to me, it is providing benefit to overall economy. Now, because it is providing benefit to overall economy, can I call this to be a positive spillover effect? Let me know. Can I call this to be a positive externality or a positive spillover effect? Right? This is the basic idea. Now, some of you will say, but sir, earlier you explained only between countries. I can give you example there also. What if USA's, right? In case of USA, all people will start earning more income. Simple idea. In USA, all people will start earning more and more income. And when the income increases, don't you think demand for goods and services will increase? And if the demand for goods and services increases, what will happen to India's exports? India's exports will also increase. Positive spillover effect. Now, come to the demerit good. Come to the demerit good. Right? In case of demerit goods, the consumption of these goods and services, the consumption of these goods and services will have a negative impact, negative externality, a negative spillover effect. Right? How? Let me give a very simple example. Right? Imagine I will consume alcohol. Imagine, I know early morning, but imagine I'll consume alcohol. I will take the car out and I'll start driving. Question number one, consumption of alcohol, is it good? Here itself, consumption of alcohol, is it good? And for those of you who will answer, sir, moderate consumption is good, please read the newspaper article which appeared a couple of weeks ago. Right? For those of you who will answer, sir, moderate consumption is okay. Couple of weeks ago, there was one article. The scientists now say that consumption of alcohol is bad. Whether moderate or very high doesn't matter. It is always bad. Now have a look at this. Consumption of alcohol is bad. Point number one, bad for me. Now if I'm driving, right, is there a danger that I will go and hit a pedestrian? If I'm driving, is there a danger that I will simply plow through group of people or a crowd in the market? Of course, yes. And if I'm an alcoholic, will it affect my productivity? Simple. If I'm alcoholic, will it affect my productivity? Can I be thrown out of my job? Can my income source cut? Right? And will it have an impact on my household? Of course, yes. So here, the consumption is not only affecting me negatively, but it is also going to have an negative impact on overall economy. Negative spillover effect. Right? That is a demerit good. Alcoholic products and tobacco products. These are best example. Alcohol and tobacco products are demerit goods. Any difficulty? Can we go forward? Now, some of you are asking, sir, if alcohol is so bad, right, why do we allow? Right, why do we allow? Simple reason. One, we follow a model of mixed economy. Right, one, we follow a model of mixed economy. Second, government imposes a huge amount. huge amount of taxes on these products, and it will form a source of revenue for the government. Right now, can I connect it to current affairs example? How many of you have read, again, right, just basic idea, how many of you have read what has happened in a liquor case, liquor licensing case in Delhi? Right? How many of you have read regarding liquor licensing scam, or let's say case in Delhi? Now, based on that, can UPSC ask you a question whether alcohol is a merit good or demerit good? I hope you understand. This is how you connect. This is how you connect current affairs with a static source. Right? UPSC may not directly look at the product demerit. They will simply look at the liquor case and they will ask you, right, liquor is a merit good or liquor is a demerit good. This is how UPSC can ask you the questions. Okay, now let me go forward. Any problem? Any problem? Can we go forward here? What is the concept of utility? Utility, again, don't worry, it is a very big theory. There is a theory called as utility theory. Right? The argument is utility represents benefit. Utility represents benefit. For GS paper 3, just stick to this, more than sufficient. Okay. Now let me go to the next one. Public goods and private goods. Public goods and private goods. Now, public goods, please look at the definition here. I'll explain. Public goods are non-rival and non-excludable. Private goods are excludable and rival. Let me start. Follow the discussion very carefully. Now, imagine I will go to a shop. Okay. Imagine I'll go to a shop. I want to purchase this bottle. I'll repeat the statement. Imagine I'll go to a shop. I want to purchase this bottle. And in the shop, 100 units, 100 bottles were present. Point number one. When I want to purchase this bottle, do I have to pay money or not? Think of this. When I want to purchase this bottle, do I have to pay money? Or will the shopkeeper say, Arey, you are Sham sir, you are teacher of economics, sir, take it for free? Nobody will do that. Even if you are the owner of the shopkeeper, you'll simply say, pay money. You might be faculty. It is there. It is business. Pay money. Right? So, point number one, can I say, whenever we want to purchase a product in the market, we will have to pay money? Agreed? If I pay money, I will get the access to this. If I do not pay the money to this bottle, can I say I will be excluded? I will be excluded from consumption of the product. Any problem in understanding this? If I pay the money, I can use the product. If I don't pay the money, I can be excluded from the consumption of the product. Now, this is a excludability. This is basically excludability. Excludability means, right, people, based on whether they are paying money or not, they can be excluded. Right? They can be denied access to this. Right? This is basically excludability. Point number two. Look at the next point. 100 bottles were there. I purchased one of them. Right? Can I now say that number of bottles which are available in the market for consumption for others? I repeat, 100 bottles were there. I purchased one. Number of bottles which were available for consumption for others will go down. Any difficulty? From 100, now the number of bottles which are available in the market for others will go down to 99 bottles. Let me know. Can I go forward here? So number of bottles have come down, which means these are called as rivals. Right? This product is called as a rival product. Rival means when you consume, that is when I consume the bottle, it will prevent others from consuming this bottle. They can consume other bottles. It will prevent basically consumption of this bottle. This bottle is available for me only now. One is called as a rival. Second one is called as excludability. Now, any examples? Many of you will ask me, sir, any example? My dear, please look at left and right or straight into the monitor, or let's say laptop, whatever you're using. right? That is AC that is on, TV that is running in your background, right? Your father must be watching news, or your mother must be listening to some bhajans, right? Through a radio, whatever product you have, right? The box of chocolate in front of you, Parle-G biscuit in front of you, all these are basically private goods. All these are basically private goods. Are confusing? My dear, it's not confusing. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I will have to pay money to purchase this good. Any difficulty? I will have to pay money to purchase this good. If not, I cannot use the good. Excludability. I will have to, right? Understand this. When I purchase this, I will have to use this good. Is it available for your use now? Think of it. Is it available for your use? No, it is available only for me. That is rival. I hope you understand. That is rival. Rival means it is available only for me. Others are not allowed to use it. That is rival. Okay, so rival product and excludable. Now, before understand this, before you start making permutation combination, have patience. Have patience. Right? Some of you are saying, sir, what will happen if this, that, etc. Have patience. Second, public goods. Second, public goods. Imagine there's a street light. Okay, imagine there's a street light. Point number one. Do you have to pay money to get street light? Think of it. Will you pay money to get this street light? No. Right? Don't say, sir, but I've paid taxes. My dear, imagine there are two people here. This person is very poor, doesn't pay tax. You are very rich, you have paid taxes. Does government of India say you are poor, you have not paid taxes, don't sit under street light? Absolutely no. Government cannot do that. Right? Second, right, understand this. Street light is available to everyone. It is available to everyone. You don't have to pay money. Can I say non-excludable? Can I say non-excludable? Of course, yes. What is non-rivalry? If I'm standing under the street light, I'm consuming the street light. Can you also come and stand under the same street light? Think of it. If I'm walking in a garden, can you also come walk in the same garden? Which means I am consuming the service and it is still available for others also. I am consuming the services, but even then it is still available to others. That is non-rival. Right? So public goods are right non-rival, non-excludable. Private goods are excludable and rival. Right? This is a basic idea. Now, before I go forward, please understand the term public and private here. The term public good and private good doesn't mean that public goods means always produced by the government. Not necessary. Private good doesn't always mean that private goods are always provided by private sector companies. Of course, no. Let me ask you a very simple question. Air India, Air India, which was owned by government of India. Understand this. Or else the best example, BSNL. Please tell me, it is provided by government company. Do you think it is a public good? Think of it. BSNL, Air India, right? Or for that matter, right? Let's say metro trains. Do you think these are all public goods? No. Right? These are generally referred to as private goods. Right? Some of you are saying yes. My goodness. Metro, or let's say Air India, when it was owned by government of India, is it a public good? No, my dear. You want to fly in Air India. Again, let's say 3 years ago, you want to fly in Air India. Don't you have to purchase ticket? Or can you simply say, right, Air India is owned by government of India. I'll go sit. I'll simply sit. Provided by government. Not necessary. Right? So public goods, private goods. Now, before I go forward, let me give you one more classification here. Right? Let me give you one more classification. Okay. One is a rival, non-rival, excludable, non-excludable. First example is private goods. We have discussed this. Public goods, we have discussed this. Now come to the second point here. Come to one more classification. Common goods and club goods. Common goods and club goods. Let me start with an example. Imagine there is a book on economy in a public library. I'll repeat the statement. Imagine there is a book on economy, only one book in public library. Now please tell me point number one. Public library, can I say it is non-excludable? Anybody has a problem with this? Public library. Can I say this is a non-excludable? Anybody can enter. You don't have to pay money. Public library. Point number two. I am sitting in the public library. Only one book on economy is there. I am reading that book. Now, please tell me, is the book available for your consumption? Let me know. Is the book available for your consumption now? Can you consume the book? No. Which means this book is a rival product. Is it okay? This book is a rival product. So whenever you have a product which will have a feature of non-excludability and a rival feature, these are called as common goods. These are called as common goods. And those of you who are doing different permutations, combinations, now you apply, you will understand which product will be falling where. Second one, right? Let's say mobile connectivity, right? Or let's say you are watching TV, right? Let me take a simple example. You are watching India versus West Indies match. Although the fifth day was washout, don't worry. India versus West Indies match, or you are watching, right, the Ashes series. Now, simple question to you people. Question number one: do you have to pay money to get right a DTH connection? Let me know. Do you have to pay money to get the DTH connection? Which means the DTH connection is excludable. That service, some of you are saying no. Those who are saying no, what is your argument? I don't know what is your argument. Please do let me know. And let me know if you are getting a DTH connection free of a cost. I want to locate in your city. Because I'm paying money here, I want to get relocated into a city. Right? What is the argument? I absolutely have no idea. You'll have to pay money to get DTH connection. And point number two, you are watching India versus West Indies match. At the same point of time, can I also watch sitting in my home? Think of it. Can I also watch the same match sitting in my home? Again, no. अरे बाबा, right? KBC, कौन बनेगा करोड़पति? Right? Do you think only one person who has the connection will watch KBC? Other people who have connection will not be allowed to watch KBC or what? Or your famous one, Big Boss? At least apply common sense, no? Big Boss, you are watching Big Boss on, let's say, some certain channel. When you are watching, can I also watch sitting in my home? Of course, yes. Which means it is non-rival. It is non-rival, right? So the products which will carry the two features, excludability as well as non-rivality, that is concept of club goods, right? That is concept of club goods. Okay, can we go forward? Why defense is non-excludable? My dear, defense services which are provided in India, is it available to everyone in India? Question is, sir, why defense is non-excludable? Right? Imagine two people are there, A and B. Right? A will pay money, will get right protection from Indian Army. B will not pay the money, and Indian Army will not provide protection to them. Does it happen like this? China can attack on A, Indian Army will protect A. China will attack B, right? The Indian Army will say, sorry, you don't pay money, I will not provide any services. I hope you understand. Right? So types of goods, this is also classification. Do not complicate with your permutation combination. Now you know which will fall under what you apply. Now, based on the presence in the flow in the economy, intermediary good and final good. Intermediary good and final good. Now, what do you mean by intermediary good? Simple. Intermediary good means we will use this product to manufacture other products, and this product is a raw material. Simple. I hope you understand, right? We produce a good, but this good will be used as an input in production of another good. Can I give you the best example? Can you see this bottle? Your friend is back. Can you see this bottle? Please tell me, to manufacture this bottle, I used plastic, I used steel. Think of this. Can I say steel manufactured by, let's say, Jindal company? Steel manufactured, produced by Jindal company is an intermediary good which will be used to manufacture this bottle. Plastic manufactured by another company, let's say XYZ, is an intermediary good to manufacture this bottle. Any problem with this? Please do let me know. And whenever intermediary goods are produced in the economy, please understand this. Whenever intermediary goods are produced, these goods are not sold to the final consumer. Is the logic okay? These goods are used for further production. Further production in the market. These are not sold to the final consumer. That is, I will not purchase steel. I will not purchase plastic. Both are used by one more company. They will produce bottle. I will purchase bottle. Any problem here? And what is the final good? Final good are those set of goods which are consumed, which are purchased by final consumers. Right? What do you mean by final consumers? Right? The final consumers are those who will purchase and start using the product. They will start consuming the product. They will not resell it again. They will not sell this again in the market. For example, you are sitting, you purchased, let's say, right, a certain amount of right rice. You purchased milk. You purchased AC. You purchased a TV, refrigerator. For what purpose? For your consumption. Right? You did not purchase, let's say, right, wheat flour in the market. Understand the example here. You did not purchase atta, right, a wheat flour. You did not purchase wheat flour to produce a biscuit and sell it. No, you purchase the wheat flour to make right rotis and eat. That's it. You purchase the wheat flour to make rotis and consume. All of you okay with this argument? So final goods are available in the market for final consumers, right? No value addition process will take place. Value addition means what? Imagine you are producing this bottle. Okay, imagine you're producing this bottle. Now, when you purchase plastic and steel, let's say you will pay 20 rupee and 30 rupee respectively. 20 rupee for plastic, 30 rupee for steel. Now, don't you think you will sell the product in the market at higher than 50 rupees? Let me know. Right? Don't you think you will be able to sell this product at higher than 50 rupees? You want to do that. Otherwise, you will incur losses. Arey, Baba, some of you say no. Right? If you are a manufacturer, you will purchase plastic at 20 and steel at 30. Right? Don't you want to sell at more than 50? If you sell it at 40 rupees, you'll incur losses, my dear. Don't enter into business. Maybe you'll sell it at 80 rupees. Can I say you have added value of 30 rupees to the economy? Think of it. Can I now say that you have added a value of 30 rupee to the economy? Right? That is a value addition process. Intermediary goods, there is a value addition process. Final goods, no value addition process, right? Because we will take it, we'll purchase it, use it for ourselves. That is a basic idea. Done? Now, before I go forward, whenever you look at all these concepts, do not try to basically make it complicated by taking a product and saying, tell me where does it fall. My dear, please look at the context. Context is very, very important. What do you mean by context? Situation. Situation is important. For example, I said wheat flour. Now, please tell me, can you simply say wheat flour is always an intermediary good? Think of it. Can you say wheat flour is always an intermediary good? No. On the contrary, can you also say wheat flour is always final good? No, you cannot say that. Why? Sir, who is using that wheat? Who is using that wheat flour? That will determine whether the good is a final or an intermediary. For example, wheat flour is used by Britannia company. Wheat flour is used by Britannia company. Right? Do you think Britannia's owner will go make rotis and start eating that? Of course, no. Right? They will manufacture biscuits that you're eating, that is lying on your table now. Britannia Good Day biscuits. Right? And second, wheat flour that you have purchased for your house. Right? Anytime now, your mother or your father would be looking at you, right? Very with very love and affection. They'll bring a plate where, right, let's say parotas are there or parathas are there, and they will hand it over to you. Right? So understand, in that context, that is a final good. So the context will determine whether this is a right intermediary or a final good. Okay, that is one more classification. Substitute and complementary we have discussed yesterday, so I'll simply skip it. Right? Please do let me know. Did we discuss it yesterday? Substitute and complementary. Right? Substitutes are those set of goods where one product will be substituted with other. Right? Individual consumption. Complementary are those set of goods which are consumed in combination. Okay, in combination. Now let me go to the next one. Concept of elasticity. Concept of elasticity. Now, before I go forward, let me take you back to your high school or college. Do you remember one example where the teacher would have taken a rubber band, pulled it apart, and said, "This is very elastic"? Think of it. Right? And please do let me know whether have you come across this kind of example or not. They'll take a rubber band, pull it apart, and say, "See, elasticity. It is so much high elastic." And second example, they'll take eraser, Natraj eraser, right? The friend of most of the students in India, Natraj eraser. They'll put pressure on it. They'll put lot of force. Try to pull it apart. They'll say, "See, right? It's very very less elastic. Right? So much of force I'm putting. Right? Despite I'm putting so much of force, right? Elasticity is very very less." But what is the point I'm trying to make here? Right? They're applying force, whether it is expanding or not, they'll measure it in terms of elasticity. Now come to the point here. Come to the point. In economics, what is the meaning of elasticity? We will change one parameter. Follow this. We will make a change in one parameter. As a result of this, what is the change in the demand? Simple argument. Do not complicate it. We will make a change in one parameter. As a result of this, what is the change, right? What is the percentage change in the demand? We will measure it. That is called as elasticity. I've given the definition here. Elasticity measures the change in the demand with the change in a variable such as price, such as income, such as price of the related goods, right, etc. Although I'm saying a demand here, right, you can also measure it for supply. Right, you can also measure it for supply. That is, elasticity measures the change in the supply with the change in a variable, that is price. Any difficulty in the definition? Please do let me know. Any difficulty? It's a simple idea. Make a change in one parameter, and as a result of this, how much will be the change in the demand or supply? Find it out. That is called as elasticity. Now there are four types of elasticities. One is price elasticity of a demand, PD, income elasticity of a demand, ID, cross elasticity of demand, CD, and the fourth one is price elasticity of supply. These are the four types. Let me take it up one by one. Let me take it up one by one. So elasticity is four types here. First three are on demand side. Fourth one is on supply side. Let's start. First one is PED, price elasticity of a demand. PED, price elasticity of a demand. What is PED? It measures the percentage change in the demand with unit change in the price of the product. I'll repeat the definition here, then I'll show you the formula. It measures how much is the percentage change in the demand whenever there is a percentage change in the price of the product. Imagine price of the product changes. Changes means what? It can go up, it can go down. If the price of the product changes by 1%, as a result of this, how much is the change in percentage demand for the product? That measurement is called as price elasticity of a demand. Now, I'll give you certain calculations here. Follow this very carefully. Next point is important. I will show you one calculation. For every type, you don't ask for calculation. It is not needed for UPSC. How these are done, I'm just trying to show this to you. Imagine price for a product. At example 1. Imagine price for the product is 10 rupee, and right now the demand for the product. The demand for the product is, let's say, 500 units. Demand for the product is 500 units. Let's say the price of the product will change to 12 rupee. As a result of this, demand will fall down to 450 units. Possible? Think of it. Possible or not? Price will change from 10 rupees to 12. Demand will, right, basically fall down to 450 units. Now convert this into percentages. Can I directly write change in, right, the pricing is 20%, change in the demand is 10%. Change in the price is 20 and change in the demand is 10%. Substitute in the formula. Substitute in the formula. In the numerator you have demand, in the denominator you have price. So demand has a change by 10%, price has a change by 20%. Can I say 0.5? Let me know. Can I say price elasticity of a demand is 0.5 here? Any problem? This is one example. I will write one more example here. Please follow this very carefully. Price will change from 10 rupees to, let's say, 11 rupees. And the demand will change from, right, 500 units. 500 units to, let's say, right, 300 units. From 500 units to 300. Now, this will be 10%. This will be 40%. This will be 10, this will be 40. Substitute. 40% divided by 10%. Right? This will be simple 4. So, in one example, price elasticity of a demand is 0.5. Right? And the second example, price elasticity of a demand is, right, 4. Arey Baba, some of you are saying 0.25. How? Substitute correctly, no? Some of you saying 10 by 40, 0.25. Substitute correctly. Numerator should be demand. Denominator should be price. Have I done it correctly or not? Right? Please observe carefully. Right? Demand numerator, price in the denominator. Right? Please follow the discussion carefully. In the first case, 0.5. In the second case, 4. But what do you understand by this? You have written the numbers. Right? What do you understand by this? Right? The inference that you should make is, in case of the first product, the demand changes along with the change in the price. Demand is changing along with change in the price. But don't you think the change in the demand is much lesser compared to change in the price of the product? Let me know. Change in the demand is, right, much lesser compared to change in the price of the product. It could be 0.5, it could be 0.2, it could be 0.1, etc. Right? Anything lower. Now, please tell me, can I say this product has inelastic demand? Think of this. Can I say this product has inelastic demand? Inelastic means what? Right? The flexibility. Again, go back to your high school. Go back to your high school. Your teacher took, right, Natraj rubber, tried to pull it apart, put a lot of force, but expansion is very less. Flexibility is very less. And some of the students said, sir, in my class, they took steel. They might take a steel, right? Let's say this thing. They'll try to pull it apart. It will not change. So I'll say this product has an inelastic demand. Any difficulty? Any difficulty? Please do let me know. And in the second example, can I say change in the demand is much, much greater compared to change in the prices? Simple idea. Change in the demand is much greater, much more higher compared to change in the price. I'll say this product has elastic demand. Any problem? Please do let me know. This product has elastic demand. Example 1, how 10%? Arey, did I make a mistake? Arey, no, it is correct. My dear, right, use calculator, no? Those who are asking me, sir, how come it is 10%? How much? How come it is 20%? It is an indicator that your CSAT is very weak. Trust me, again, not criticizing anyone. Not criticizing. It is an indicator that, right, your right CSAT is very weak. Focus on that. Focus on that. Arey Baba, look at the formula, no? What is the formula? Percentage change in the demand, percentage change in the price. Think of it. Percentage change in the demand, percentage change in the price. Did you calculate percentage changes in both the cases? Yes, substitute. Simply substitute. Right? So argument is simple. Argument is simple. Whenever the price of the product changes and the demand changes by much larger margin, much larger percentage, we'll say demand is elastic. Demand is elastic. Whereas on the other side, if the price changes by a larger percentage compared to the compared to the demand is inelastic. For example, now please tell me, for example, salt. Where do you think salt will fall? Will it fall under the elastic demand or inelastic demand? Think of it. Will the salt fall under the elastic demand or inelastic demand? Right? Salt will fall in the elastic demand. What about, sorry, inelastic demand? What about turmeric? Right? In simple terms, can I say essential commodities? Can I say essential commodities? Generally, essential commodities will have a inelastic demand. And for example, tomorrow, let's say price of onion will fall down to 5 rupees. Will people consume more onion? Think of it. Will you consume more onion? No. And some of you are asking examples of essential commodities. Right, my dear, now this is right, very bad. As far as I'm concerned, this is very bad. Can't you give examples for essential commodities? Think, at least think, no? You should know more examples for yourself. What are essential commodities? Right? Whereas non-essential commodities, can I say luxuries? Non-essential commodities, luxuries. Right? In case of luxuries, you generally find them to be having elastic demand. That is, even if the price changes by 1%, lot of people will feel these are luxuries. Simple idea. Price of, let's say, a perfume changes by 10%, lot of people, because remember, middle class households, poor households, they'll feel, okay, this is a luxury product. I don't require it, right? Day-to-day sustenance can be done without consuming it. So reduce the demand. So this is the basic idea of price elasticity of a demand. PD greater than, right, 1, it is elastic, luxurious. PD less than 1, demand is inelastic. Example, essentials. And for sake of information, I've given one hypothetical situation. PD is equal to 1. Right, just for sake of understanding, PD is equal to 1. This is called as a unitary elastic. Generally, you do not find products for unitary elastic demand. You do not find. Just an example, please remember it. Okay, so this is one, price elasticity of a demand. Now before I go forward, do not right, basically by heart these calculations. UPSC will not ask you these calculations. Trust me, do not by heart these calculations. Let me go to the next one. Income elasticity of a demand. IED. Income elasticity of a demand. Now, what do you mean by income elasticity of a demand? IED measures the percentage change in the demand with percentage change in the income. Percentage change in the demand for a product with percentage change in the income. Now think of this. Right? Think of this. We have discussed these types of goods earlier. For a normal good, for a normal good, how do you think income and demand is going to move? For a normal good, the income and demand, is it positively related or negatively related? Think of it. Is it positively related or negatively related? Meaning what? With change in the income, let's say income going up, what will happen to the demand for the normal good? The demand for the normal good will also increase. With fall in the income, what will happen to the demand for these kind of goods? Again will fall. Now apply your CSAT mind. Apply the CSAT knowledge and please tell me, if income goes up, can I say, right? Look at the formula now. Please look at the formula. If income goes up, can I say denominator is positive? Think of it. If income goes up, can I say denominator is positive? And with increase in the income, what will happen to the demand? Demand will also increase. And what will happen to the numerator? Positive. Any difficulty? Any difficulty, please do let me know. Right? So with the income going up, right, numerator is, denominator is positive, and demand going up, right, that is also positive. Now you tell me, whatever number it is, don't worry. You tell me, positive number divided by positive number, what will be the outcome? Let me know. A positive number divided by a positive number, what will be the outcome? Outcome will be positive. And can I say outcome is positive simply means outcome is greater than 0? Let me know. Outcome is positive simply means outcome is greater than 0. And remember this, whenever income elasticity of a demand, that number is greater than 0, these are called as normal goods. Anybody has difficulty here? Anybody who doesn't know what is positive, right? How positive divided by positive is positive? How positive is greater than 0? Anybody has difficulty? Please do let me know. And can I do the opposite also? Numbers. Why do you want calculations here? Calculations are not required. UPSC is not going to ask you calculations. Why do you want to waste your time? Right? Can I do the opposite here? Some of you will say, sir, what will happen if income decreases? Let's start. Income will fall down. Right? From 100 rupee, your income will become 80 rupees. Please tell me, can I say minus 20%? Some of you are saying, give me calculation. Let's do it. Although it is useless, let's do it. Income will fall down by 20%, minus 20. Demand will fall, let's say from 100 units to 90 units. How much is the change in the demand? Minus 10%. Please substitute again. Negative number divided by negative number. Outcome is positive again. I hope you understand. Outcome is again positive. Some of you are saying negative. Right? Basically, you've forgotten basic mathematics. Simple mathematics you have forgotten, right? In the process of becoming IS officers. Right? So, right, let's say minus 10% divided by minus 20%. My dear, percentage cancel, minus cancel. 1 upon 2 is nothing but 0.5. 0.5 is nothing but plus 0.5 only. I hope you understand. It is plus 0.5. Plus 0.5 means it is greater than 0. Anything greater than 0, it is normal good. Right? Can I go forward here? Right? IED less than 0. That is negative. Inferior good. That is, have a look at this. Right? Let's say, in case of inferior good, income goes up, demand goes down. Correct or not? Income goes up, demand goes down. And income goes down, demand goes up. Now, if your income goes up, denominator is positive. If the demand goes down, numerator is negative. All of you will agree? In the first example, in this one I'm talking about, right? In the first example, income goes up, denominator is positive, and demand goes down, numerator is negative. Right? As a result of this, outcome will be negative, less than 0, ID less than 0. right? So this is basically, right, the idea of a normal good and, right, the inferior good. Any problem here? Right? Any problem here? Do not calculate in exams. Do not calculate exam in the exams. UPSC will not ask you these calculations. And those who are saying, sir, you are simply making it right, you are explaining too much, etc. My dear, you might be from economics background. Think of others. You might be from economics background. Somebody else is from a non-economic background. I will have to care for other students as well. Okay. So whenever it is id is less than 0, negative number, negative number, right, we'll simply call this as inferior good. Id is greater than 0, greater positive number, we'll call this as a normal good. And some of you are asking why it is compared to 0, etc. My dear, id for understand this point here, id for normal good is always positive. All of you will agree? id for a normal good is always positive. Please go back to your high school. Do you remember number line? Remember the number line. Anything greater than 0 is always positive or not? Please think of it and tell me no. Right? Anything greater than 0, is it positive or not? It could be plus 10,000, plus 2,000, plus 3,000, plus 3. Anything greater than 0. That is the reason we are using greater than 0, less than 0. Right? So this is income elasticity of demand. Let me go to the third one here. Cross elasticity of a demand. CD. Cross elasticity of a demand. Now, before I go forward, think of this. Let's start. Substitute goods. Tea and coffee. Tea and coffee. Let's start with substitute goods. Question number 1. You will have to answer now. We have discussed. Right? Tea price will increase. Can I say price will increase means positive? That is, price change, denominator will be positive percentage. Now, as a result of change in the price of the tea, that is increase in the price of the tea, please tell me what will happen to the demand for coffee. Please tell me what will happen to the demand for coffee. Demand will also increase. Or some of us saying demand for coffee will decrease. Right? For last one and a half day, what we are discussing, right, wasted now. Demand for coffee will also increase, my dear. Can I say because of that, the number will be again positive here? Number will be positive. That is, percentage will be positive. Now substitute. Simply substitute. Right? A positive percentage divided by a positive percentage. What will be the outcome? Positive number greater than 0. Any difficulty? Greater than 0. And whenever you have a CD greater than 0, right, we'll simply call them as substitutes. We'll simply call them as substitutes. And on the other hand, right, let's take example. Printer and ink. Printer and ink. Now let's start. Price of the printer goes up. Price of the printer goes up. Which means, right, a change in the pricing will be positive number, positive percentage. And as a result of this, what will happen to the demand for ink? What will happen to the demand for ink? Demand for the ink will go down. So it will be negative percentage. Substitute now. Negative divided by positive, automatically the outcome will be negative. And right, negative means less than 0. Whenever CD is less than 0, these are called as complementary goods. These are referred to as complementary goods. So whenever CD is negative, complementary, positive, substitute. Now there is one more classification. One more classification. CD is equal to 0. Now some of you will basically say, sir, I read in the newspaper, price of, right, price of this flask has increased, and somewhere else I read the price of this marker also has increased. I hope you understand. Some of you will say price of this bottle has increased and the price of, right, the marker also has increased. Does it mean these are substitutes? Some of you will have this doubt. Does it mean these are substitutes? You tell me, are these related goods? Look at it. Please tell me, are these related goods? No. If these are not related goods, do not make a comparison. Simply write these are unrelated goods. Hence, CD is equal to 0. Hence, CD is equal to 0. Done? So, this is the third type, cross elasticity of a demand. Now, tell me whether I'm correct or wrong. Those students who are saying, sir, how tea and coffee are related, please tell me. Be honest with me. Have you revised yesterday's discussion? Let me know. Those who are saying, sir, how tea and coffee are related, how printer and ink are related, those students who are asking me question, did you revise what we have discussed yesterday? Answer is, I know you have not revised. Right? You have not revised. And that is the reason when I said price of tea goes up, demand for coffee goes up, suddenly question is, explain it again. My dear, if you don't revise, what is the point? Think, right? I will tell you again, it doesn't matter. But how many times will you keep on asking this? In exams, do you think I'll be there in the window whispering that answer in your eyes? Or let's say the ears? No. Please practice. If you do not practice, then there is no point. And the argument is simple. Tea and coffee are substitutes. Right? Why the prices change will lead to change in the demand? If you go to let's say a restaurant, price of the tea has increased compared to coffee. Now what you will simply say is, I don't want to pay more money, I will substitute tea with coffee, and as a result of this, demand for tea will go down, demand for coffee will go up. Simple argument. Okay, so the last, that is the fourth type, price elasticity of supply. Price elasticity of supply, and we will connect it to current affairs. Please understand this. It will measure the change, that is the percentage change in the supply with the percentage change in the price of the product. Percentage change in the supply of a product compared to percentage change in the price of the product. Now what is the basic idea? Right, look at the formula here. Percentage change in the supply divided by percentage changes in the prices. The first three we have discussed from demand side. The fourth one we are discussing from the supply side. Sir, what is the importance of this? Let me ask you a very simple question. Imagine there is one product. You will take, right, understand the example here. Imagine there is one product. You will take 1 day to manufacture this product. And second example, imagine there is one product, you will take 150 days to manufacture or produce this product. Now imagine the price of the products, both the products, price of both the products will increase. Price of both the products will increase. You are a manufacturer. Please tell me, would you want to be a manufacturer of product 1 or product 2? Don't worry about prices. Don't worry about anything else. Simple question here. Price of both the products have increased, right? For one product, you will take 1 day to manufacture. For another product, you will take 150 days to manufacture. And when the prices have increased, would you want to be a manufacturer of this or this? My dear, think carefully. Your answer should be first one. Most of you are saying correct. Most of you are answering correct. Some of you are saying example 2. Why? Those who are saying example 2, please tell me why. Why do you want to be a manufacturer of example 2? Because understand this. If price of this bottle goes up from 100 rupee to 110 rupees, it means you are earning more profit now. All of you will agree? Point number 1. Right? Price of this product goes up from 100 rupee to 110, you are earning more profit. But if you are taking lesser time to manufacture this bottle, don't you think you will be able to supply more in the market within shorter period of time? Let me know. Will be able to produce more, supply more. When the prices are high, you will be able to earn more profit. Any problem here? Can I go forward? But if you choose example 2, if you choose example 2, price is now 110 rupees, right? You can earn more profit, but you will take 150 days to manufacture this bottle. Don't you think? Because of that, by the time you manufacture and sell the bottle, price could have changed. Or even if you sell it after 150 days, right? Don't you think profit earning in a quicker time is better than second situation? This is important. This is important. Why? Whenever you can supply more quickly in the market, whenever you can supply quickly in the market, we say supply is elastic. Understand my statement? Whenever you can supply very quickly in the market, we say supply is elastic. Quickly means what? The prices have, let's say, changed, prices have increased. Supply is also increasing very fast, right? Supply is also increasing. These, these kind of products where supply increases at a much faster pace compared to the change in the price, this supply is called as elastic. Now, apply to current affairs. Think of it and tell me, would you not prefer tomato supply should have been elastic? Think of it. Apply common sense now. Apply common sense, automatically understand. The supply of tomato should have been elastic. Supply of, let's say, some of you are saying no. My dear, how? What is your argument? If supply suddenly increases in the market, prices, don't you think will start cooling down much faster? Think of it. If supply is elastic, right, prices will increase by, let's say, 50%, 60%, and supply increases by a larger number, don't you think prices will cool down? Prices will come down at a much faster pace. Does it not make economic sense to you people? Right? If the prices of turmeric will start increasing, prices of onion will start increasing, don't you want the supply to be elastic so that supply increases, supply will become much higher, prices will cool down much faster? Argument is yes, right? I hope you understand. Argument is yes. That is the reason. Understand this. That is the reason. Why do you think there is a demand for short duration crop cultivation? Look at my statement. Short duration crop cultivation. That is, rather than taking 100 days to cultivate and supply, don't you think a variety which will have, let's say, 60 days, which will take 60 days to produce and supply, it makes more economic sense? Think of it. Just think of it. Right? Imagine one crop is there, right? One seed is there. It will take for you to cultivate and supply it in the market, and the number of days is 150 days. But on the other side, a new seed variety, not much change in productivity, but this new seed variety, you can cultivate and supply it in the market within, let's say, 80 days. I hope you understand the logic behind it. Supply becomes elastic. And when the supply becomes elastic, the prices will start cooling down in a much better way. But anyways, that is application part of microeconomics here. Please be very careful. So argument is simple. Price is changing, but the demand changes by a larger percentage compared to price. We'll simply say supply is elastic. Otherwise, we'll simply say supply is inelastic. For example, at the end of the week, I'll give you one article on turmeric. Right? Yesterday, I told you turmeric prices are going to increase in the coming days. Please read that article, you will understand. Right? It takes a lot of time, lot of days, right? Basically, to cultivate, right? Grow these kind of crops. And when the number of days taken is very high, supply becomes inelastic. Prices, if they are very high, very difficult to bring them under control. Is it okay? Done. So PES is less than 1, supply is inelastic. PES is greater than 1, supply is elastic. Right? So these are basically the 4 types of elasticities. The first 3 are based on demand, and the last one is based on supply. Any difficulties? Right? We'll take a break otherwise. Any difficulties? Let me know. Any difficulties? Anybody has a doubt, please do let me know. Can you repeat given goods? Given goods are those set of goods where price and demand will move in same direction. Where price and demand will move in same direction. And I said, in case of given goods, right? In case of given goods, these are consumed, right? It is consumed by very poor houses, very poor houses. And because this is a poor house, a substitution is not possible for an inferior good. If the price goes up, right, there is no substitution possible, they'll consume more of it. That is a given good. Price elasticity of supply, again, if you cannot apply it in real life, right? I've told you how this is important. If you cannot apply it, simply by heart it. PS is measuring if there is 1% change in the price of the product, by how much percentage the supply will increase. And if there is 1% change in the price, apply the numbers, you'll understand. If there is a 1% change in the price and the supply changes by 5%, it means greater than 1 supply is elastic. And if if PS is less than 1, that is the price will change by 10%, supply will change by only 1%. PS is less than 1, we'll simply say supply is inelastic. Okay. What happens when price and other factors change? A reference to curve. If price and other factors will change, one, you will see movement along the curve along with the shift of the curve, right? It will move along the curve and the curve will also shift. And by the way, I've told you the idea of a movement and a shift in the context of a demand curve. Please remember, it can be applied in the context of supply curve as well. It can be applied in the context of supply curve. Normal and Veblen goods are same? Not necessarily, right? Not necessarily. Normal good is any product that we keep on consuming. But please understand, when our income increases, we'll increase the consumption of this. These are not necessarily luxury products, right? These are not necessary luxury products. Okay. In demand and supply, what is the advantage of being elastic? Apply from one product to another product. No, you cannot simply universalize everything from one kind of a supply, or let's say elasticity, to another type of elasticity. The impact will keep on changing. If the supply is inelastic, will it lead to high increase in prices? Of course, yes. Right? Imagine a product supply is inelastic. Prices are higher, which means the demand is already very high. You are not able to meet the demand. Prices will keep on climbing upward. Cross elasticity, I'll repeat it again. Prices of a substitute increases, the demand for the other product will increase. Demand will increase from 100 to 120, price will increase from 10 rupees to 11 rupees. So here plus 10%, plus 20%. Substitute, you will get it as positive number greater than 0. So CES greater than 0, positive number, it is a substitute. CES negative, less than 0, it is a complementary good. Okay, done then. Let's take a break. Let's take a break. We'll take a break of 10 minutes. We'll restart at 8:13. We'll restart at 8:13. Take a 10-minute break. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, thanks a lot. Let's continue. Next, I want to discuss the concept of savings, investment, and capital formation. Idea of savings, investment, and capital formation. Now, what do you mean by this? Let me start with an example here. Imagine here is a person. The person will earn income of 100 rupees. Okay, the person will earn income of 100 rupees. Now, please tell me, don't you think government of India will collect taxes from you? Right? If you are the income earner, will it collect taxes from me if I am the income earner? Will it collect taxes from anybody else who is the income earner? Correct or not? So from the income, government will collect a certain amount of taxes. Okay, will collect certain amount of taxes. Let's say 10 rupees. So now the disposable income. Now the disposable income. What do you mean by disposable income? The amount of money that you have that you can use to purchase goods and services. Right? Please be very careful. Can you say 100 rupees is a disposable income here? Think of it. Can you say 100 rupees is the disposable income? No, you should not say that. Why? Part of it you will have to give it to government that you will not have to purchase goods and services. So point number one, this is how disposable income is calculated. Right? So disposable income refers to the amount of money that you have that you can use to purchase goods and services in the market. Now, point number two, if your disposable income is 90 rupees, please tell me, will you spend all the 90 rupees? Think of it, right? Will your father be quiet? Will your mother keep quiet? Right? Don't you think they will keep on reminding you, save, 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 save? So, argument is simple. Part of the disposable income will be saved and remaining amount of money will be expenditure. Let's say I'll take a simple number so that calculations become easier for you, and don't by heart calculations. The amount of money saved, let's say, will be 40 rupees, and amount of money that you will spend will be 50 rupees. Right? So let's say hypothetical numbers. Now you will take 40 rupees and right as your father keeps on telling you, right, or your mother will keep on telling you, keep a fixed deposit, keep a FD, keep FD. Every day they'll keep on reminding you. So what you will do, at least to keep them quiet, you will take this 40 rupees, approach a bank and keep a deposit of 40 rupees with the bank. Keep a deposit of 40 rupees with the bank. Point number two. Now tell me, the bank which has collected 40 rupees, will the bank simply collect 40 rupees cash and keep it with itself? Or, right, or can you think of this situation? The bank will take it and give it as a loan to a borrower in the market. Right? So basically what the bank will do? Bank will take this 40 rupees, give it as a loan to a company. Loan to a company. Okay? Bank will not sit quietly. Don't say, sir, I think bank will simply take money and keep quiet. They will not do that. That is not their business. Give it as a loan to a company. Now the company has taken a loan of 40 rupees. Now what will the company do? Right, two, right? I'll give you two examples here. The company will purchase raw materials, one example, which they will use to produce goods and services supplied in the market. A second example, company will purchase a machine. Company will purchase a machine, use the machine to produce goods and services, supply it in the market. Any problem with this? They'll supply it in the market. Now, on one side, if the company is purchasing raw material or machine, don't you think automatically, company will also generate employment? Any problem with this? Company will also generate employment. They will give jobs to people. And when employment is generated, right, what do you think will happen? The salaries or wages earned by the employees will be used to demand for goods and services in the market. right? The employees will earn salary or wages. They will use the salary again to purchase goods and services in the market, of course, plus the savings. Now, please look at the flow chart here. Please look at the flow chart. Can I simply say, because you are saving money, because you are saving money, as a result of this savings that you're putting in the bank, more and more goods and services are being supplied, more employment is getting generated, right? There is a more demand for goods and services in the market. Any problem with this statement? Please do let me know now. Any problem with the statement here? This is a basic idea, right? People will save, companies will save, they will put the money in the bank will use the money, give it as a loan, companies will take loan, create employment, right? Increase supply, right? Purchase machines, purchase raw material, supply more, demand will also be more. Now, what is the use of all of this? Right, let's start. Out of the total earnings made, the economy uses part of it for immediate consumption, that is expenditure, and the rest remaining part is used for future consumption, that is savings. Many of you will say, sir, what is this future consumption? Please tell me, I'm asking you people, why are you saving 40 rupees today? Tell me, why are you saving 40 rupees today? Right? Don't you think you will use this 40 rupees in the future to consume goods or services? Simple argument. I want to use this money which I'm saving today for consumption in the future. Right? For example, right? Many of you would have seen this kind of a sarcasm in the houses. Sarcasm, right? Many of you, including me, by the way, will be sitting together with the family members, and we will simply say, "I want to purchase this car." Right? Basically, you'll say, for example, I'll say, "I want to purchase this car," and immediately, your father will reply, "Save money first." Correct or not? Right? Immediately, your father or your mother will look at you and say, "Learn to save money first. Then you can think of purchasing a car." Meaning, you will save money today for future consumption. Simple argument. Okay? Right? So, for future consumption, whatever money we keep aside, it is called as savings. Now, have a look at this. There is one more term, investment. There is one more term, investment. Now, let's say, hypothetically, understand this carefully now. Your savings is 40 rupees. Your savings is 40 rupees. Rather than keeping all the 40 rupees in the bank, what if I do like this? I will take 15 rupees, keep it in the form of cash with myself. Remaining 25 rupees, I'll keep it in the bank. Okay, out of 40 rupees that I've said, I'll keep 15 rupees cash with myself. I'm not going to spend, but I'll keep it in the form of cash. Why? Right, in your houses, I'm pretty sure your parents would have kept certain amount of cash. Their argument is, what if there is an emergency? So keep 15 rupee cash and keep remaining 25 rupees in the bank. Now please tell me, look at the picture and please tell me, are you using all the savings to invest in the bank? Think of it. Are you using all of your savings to invest in the bank? No, you're not using all of it. You're using only a part of it. Now come to the definition here. What do you mean by investment? Investment refers to the part of the income, right, that you will save and use it for purchasing goods, acquiring capital goods in the market. I'll explain this, have patience. Right, a part of the savings or part of the income that will be used for acquiring capital goods in the market. Now, many of you will simply say, sir, I did not purchase any capital good. And by the way, capital goods, remember the term capital? Let me know. Do you remember the term capital that we have discussed yesterday only? Not 1 month ago, not 2 years ago. Yesterday. Capital means what? Capital is anything that we have produced. Capital is anything that we have produced, which we are going to use for further production. That is the basic idea of a capital. Now think of this. You have saved 40, but out of 40, you will keep 25 rupees in the bank and the bank will, let's say, rather than 40, will, let's say, have 25 rupees, will give this 25 rupees to a company in the form of loan. Now I said the company will take this 25 rupees, invest and purchase a machine. They will take this 25 rupees and purchase a machine. Now can I say this 25 rupees is a part of the income that we are using in the economy to purchase capital goods? Does it right make sense to you? Let me know right now. Right? Can I say this 25 rupees is a part? Again, we are talking about overall economy. I think of overall economy. This 25 rupees is part of the income that is being used to purchase machinery. That is a capital good. Right? This is called as investment. This is called as investment. So investment is that part of the income that will be used for acquiring capital goods in the market. Right? Investments in the economy can be done either through internal sources or can be done even through external sources as well. So what do you mean by this? Foreign companies will bring money and invest in India. Have you heard of this? And foreign companies will bring money and invest in India. That's a very, very common thing to happen. Very, very common thing to happen. That is, let's say a foreign company such as Air Asia. Air Asia is a foreign company. They have brought money, invested in India. Right? You might have heard of a Volkswagen company. Volkswagen, car manufacturing company. Right? They will bring money in India and invest in India. Can I give you the best current affairs example? Tesla. Are you reading newspapers? Tesla. Tesla is expected to bring money in India and invest in India. So now is the logic okay with all of you? When I say investment in India can be done using internal sources as well as external sources. Right? That is basically the concept of investment. Now have a look at the next point. Next point is slightly important. Please tell me, imagine you start a manufacturing company. Imagine you start a manufacturing company. Don't you think from one time period to another time period? That is, let's say you start a manufacturing company today. After 2 years or after 3 years, you'll purchase one more machine. Does it make sense to you? You'll purchase one more machine. Just like you are doing, other companies will also do the same thing. They have certain capital goods. I repeat, they already have certain capital goods, but over a period of time, the whole economy now, from 1 year to the next year, will keep on adding capital goods to the economy. Now, this addition of capital goods, addition of capital from 1 year to next year, from one time period to the next time period, it is called as a capital formation. Is it okay? Right? The addition of capital to the economy from this year to next year, or from this quarter to the next quarter, from this decade to the next decade, this process of addition to the existing capital, it is called as capital formation. So capital refers to machines, tools, equipments, etc., right, which will keep on getting added to the system over a period of time, and this is called as capital formation. Now think of this and please tell me, don't you think more and more capital addition is good for Indian economy? Let me know. Right? More and more capital formation or capital addition is good for the economy. Does it make sense to you or not? Right? If you want to, some of you are saying no. Right? Those who are saying no, please tell me what is your answer. Please tell me why. Why are you saying no? I am saying more and more capital formation, that is addition to the capital, is good. Why? If you keep on adding more and more capital, does it not mean we are producing more goods and services? Does it not mean, right, more investment is taking place in India? Right? Does it not mean more and more employment is getting generated? Of course, yes. Right? Of course, yes. Argument is if more machines are added, labor demand will decrease. Who said so? Right? The argument is if more machines are added, it will always reduce the labor demand. Please tell me, is it always? Think of it. Does it mean always? No, my dear. right? If more machines are purchased, more manufacturing of the machines is taking place. More manufacturing is taking place means there the employment has increased. If more machines are purchased, more labor will be used to operate them. And so it doesn't mean always there is a decrease in the labor. You are talking about artificial intelligence. I hope you understand. You are talking about artificial intelligence. And please tell me any survey which categorically says with artificial intelligence there is always a reduction in labor, right? There is a differing opinion even here, right? You can read multiple sources. There is a differing opinion here also, right? Because some of you will simply say, sir, I'm introducing a robot, right? A robot is used in manufacturing of, let's say, a car. Now the people will not be needed to manufacture a car. But think of this. Don't you think if a robot is introduced, somebody has to manufacture robots? I hope you understand. That is the reason there is no conclusive evidence to show that artificial intelligence will always reduce employment. Yes, there is a concern. Some people say it will reduce, some experts disagree with that, right? Because we are yet to use the idea of artificial intelligence at a very high level. It is a starting point, right? We are introducing it now. We are not using it extensively. You'll have to wait and see what is going to happen in the future. Okay, let's start. Right, so savings, investment, as well as capital formation. Now, there is one formula. Please have a look at this. There is one formula, that is a rate of capital formation. Now, what is this rate of capital formation? It is investments divided by GDP. New term to all of you. Investments are divided by GDP into 100. Now, what is GDP here? GDP simply stands for gross domestic product. GDP stands for gross domestic product. Now, what do you mean by gross domestic product? Please understand. Gross domestic product simply means market price of all the final goods and services which are produced in a country. Don't worry, right? Sir, you are not writing the formula or you are not writing the definition. It is there in the slide, so don't worry. Let me show it to you. Just give me a minute. Let me show it to you. Please have a look at it. Gross domestic product is the market price of all the final goods and services produced within a country for a specific time period. So is the definition okay with all of you? What is GDP? Is the definition okay? We'll discuss the details later. Don't worry. We'll have a detailed discussion about GDP after some time. Please do not be worried. So argument is you want to calculate rate of capital formation. How do you calculate it? You will take the total investment done in an economy. You will divide it by the market price of all the goods and services produced in India into 100. Now, please tell me, is it okay if I say higher the rate of capital formation, good for Indian economy? Increase in the rate of capital formation, it is good for Indian economy. Can we go forward? Can we go forward with this argument? Okay. Now, next, whenever you talk about capital formation, why this is necessary? Why it is important? It will increase the production of economy. The overall production in the economy will increase. It is associated with increased labor efficiency. That is, let's say, a new technology is introduced. From 2G, you will shift to 5G. Don't you think labor efficiency will improve? Basic idea. Don't you think labor efficiency will automatically improve? Third one, it is always associated with the technological progress, right? Because you are investing more and more money in the economy, research and development will always keep on increasing. Higher rate of capital formation is always associated with technological progress. Fourth one, it is always associated with a better utilization of resources. And think of this, it is always associated with better utilization of natural resources. That is, let's say you're using minerals. Now, with better technology, can you improve, right? The let's say how much minerals you are able to extract from the land? Think of it, right? You want to purify water, right? Water is a resource, right? With better technology, Can you purify water much faster and supply it to the consumption or to the people? And there's a particular reason. There's a particular reason I'm telling you about water purification here. Right? If you're reading about what is happening in Delhi, please tell me the excess rainfall in Delhi, it has affected drinking water supply. Correct or wrong? Not just in Delhi, in many other places. Many other places. Excess rainfall in many of these places has affected supply of drinking water. Some of you will be wondering, how, sir? Right? More rainfall means everywhere water. How is going to affect right drinking water supply? My dear, you cannot drink the rainwater directly. Right? You cannot simply tell the people who are sitting in the footpath, right, water is already there, drink it. Right? So it has led to flooding. There are various plants. There are various plants which are involved in basically purifying the water and supplying it. And because there is a flooding in all of these regions, these purification plants, water purifying plants have been shut down. And because water purification has been disrupted, drinking water supply also has been disrupted. So that is the reason, right? These kind of questions can be asked. Please be very careful. Better utilization of natural resources. And finally, it is always associated with rising demand, rising supply of goods and services. Right? So these are certain reasons why we say higher capital formation or capital formation should always keep on increasing, should be higher. Right? So these are certain points. Let me go forward. So GDP and investment is simultaneously increase or decrease? My dear, please understand, we want both GDP and investment to increase. Right? We want both GDP and investment to increase. Right? We want both of them to increase. We do not want right both of them to decrease. That is a bad outcome. Okay, let me go to the next one. Right? Basically, the capital formation. We are discussing idea of a capital formation now. Basically, the capital formation is divided into two parts. One is called as a GFCF. Look at the long form. It is there in the right side of the slide. Second one is the stock. Right? Stock is a variable. I'll come to that. Don't worry. One is a GFCF. Second one is a stock. Please look at the example of GFCF first here. And don't start asking what is GFCF. It is already there in the slide. Gross fixed capital formation. What is the meaning of it? I'll explain. Look at the example. Infrastructure such as a manufacturing facility, machineries, means of transportation, roads, etc. These are the examples of gross fixed capital formation. And look at the examples of the stock. Change in the raw materials, inventories, finished and semi-finished goods, etc. These are called as stock. Now, what is the basic idea? Please go back to this sequence and tell me, this company takes a loan of 25 rupees. That's an example. Okay. The company takes a loan of 25 rupees. They can use it to purchase a machine. Correct. They can use it to construct a manufacturing facility. Yes. They can purchase even raw materials. And now, please, is it okay if I say all of these examples we are going to use in increasing supply of goods and services? Think of it. A company will take a loan of 25 rupees, right? They can use this amount of money either to purchase raw materials, to purchase machine, to set up a manufacturing facility, etc. All of this will be used to increase the supply of goods and services in the market. But what happens here is, let me know whether this makes sense or not. On raw materials, can I say the company will keep on spending money very frequently? I'll repeat the statement. On raw materials, the company will keep on spending money very frequently. Very frequently could be on day-to-day basis, on a weekly basis, on monthly basis. On the other side, some of you are saying no. Why, my dear? If you are operating right a company to manufacture this bottle, will you not keep on frequently purchasing raw material for production of this? Right? I don't know what you're listening to, but listen to me. Okay. On raw materials, you will keep on spending money on frequently. And I'm saying frequently because, right, some of you will say, tell me days. From one company to other company, the days will change. Some companies will purchase raw materials every day. Some companies will purchase raw materials once in 15 days. But frequent expenditure is made. On the other side, please tell me, will a company make expenditure frequently on machines? Think of it, right? Will a company make expenditures frequently on machine? If you start a company, every day will you keep on purchasing a machine? Will the company keep on spending machine? I'm sorry, will the company keep on spending money every day to construct a new manufacturing facility? Once in 15 years, they will construct a new manufacturing facility. After that, they will keep quiet to produce, and maybe after 10 years, one more manufacturing facility. Now, can you find a difference here? Can you find a difference? What is the difference? On one side, they will spend money very frequently, and on the other side, they will spend money much more less frequently, periodically. Is it okay? Periodically. On one side, they'll spend money periodically, and on the other side, they will spend the money very frequently on day-to-day basis, on weekly basis, etc. etc. So that is the basic idea. Why do we divide capital formation into two parts? One is a GFCF, second one is the stock. GFCF basically refers to that part of the capital, where the expenditure is incurred by the company periodically. And right, the stock is that part of the gross capital formation, wherein the company will keep on spending money, right, on frequent basis, right, very frequently the expenditure will be incurred. Any difficulty in understanding the classification, please do let me know. Any difficulty, please do let me know. But sir, transportation money will be spent daily, how it will be GFCF? My dear, you will purchase a truck. Think of it, you will purchase a truck, right? Do you think you'll keep on spending money to purchase trucks every day, weekly? No. You'll purchase a truck, you will use it for, let's say, 10 years. Then throw it away, purchase one more truck, use it for 15 years, etc. That is basically the concept here. I'm focused so much on this for a very simple reason. Some of the books have given wrong information. They'll say that the term fixed is there, right? Have a look at this. They'll say that the term fixed is mentioned in gross fixed capital formation. They'll say that because there is a fixed capital formation, it means these are not movable. I hope you understand. These are not movable, they'll say, right? No, please understand. Machines are movable. All of you will agree? Machines are movable. Maybe a manufacturing facility you cannot move, right? You cannot move a manufacturing facility, agreed. But machines are movable, right? But then why are you using the term fixed and saying because of that it is a fixed capital? It is not because of that. It is because expenditure is not incurred on day-to-day basis. Expenditure on this is done periodically. This is basically the division between the gross fixed capital formation as well as the stock. Done? Any difficulty? Right? Any difficulty, please do let me know. Right, so these are the important concepts within the idea of a microeconomics, which you are expected to know for UPSC. Right, basically beyond this, I would simply say don't complicate it. It's not the end of microeconomics. There are so many concepts in microeconomics that we don't want for UPSC, not required for UPSC. Hence, right, I think this is more than sufficient. Let's go forward. Now, let me show you what kind of questions are asked. Let's start solving these questions. Automatically you'll understand what kind of questions are asked, how you're supposed to prepare, right? Whether what you're reading, is it relevant or not? Let's start now. Okay, 48% I have answered correctly. It should be higher, no? Should be higher, right? I'm giving you more time to read question and less time to round the number. That's it. Okay, let's start. Consider the following statements. Other things remaining unchanged. Market demand for a good might increase if price of its substitute increases. Correct? Tea and coffee. We have discussed this. Tea and coffee. Right? So price of its substitute increases. Demand for a product automatically will increase. Second, the price of its complement increases. Printer and ink. If the price of the printer increases, demand for the ink automatically will come down. Two is wrong. The good is an inferior good and the income of the consumer increases. If the good is inferior and the person's income increases, what will happen to the demand for the good? Demand for the good goes down, right? Negatively connected. So third one is wrong. The price of the product will fall. So demand automatically should go up. Fourth one is correct. Right option is option A. Now you can use elimination method also. I'm not using elimination method for a very simple reason. Please understand. Instead of these options, instead of these options, if UPSC wants to make it difficult for you, if they want to make it difficult for you, they will give options like this. Only one statement is correct. Only two statements are correct. Only three statements are correct. All four statements are correct. All four statements are correct. Right? So again, understand this. You can use elimination method. I am not using it. Right? Some of you are telling me, "Arey Baba, use elimination." I'm not using it. Why? The trend is like this. The new trend is like this, which means, right? Which means you should be able to, right, be very clear with respect to your concepts. Done, right? So second one is wrong, third one is wrong, right? So 1 and 4 are correct. Right option as per the new trend will be option B. Only two are correct. Okay, can we go forward here? Explain third statement, my dear. Inferior good already forgotten. Income goes up, what will happen to the demand for inferior good? Already forgotten. Today itself we have discussed. Income goes up, what will happen to demand for inferior good? Goes down. Right? Statement says market good, sorry, demand should increase, but here it is going down. Hence the third one is wrong. Okay. Let me go to the next one. Okay. 53% have answered correctly. It should be more. Which of the following can add to aggregate demand? Aggregate means what? Total demand. Which of the following will increase the total demand in the market? Let's start. Lowering income tax rate. Please tell me, is it not basically the interpretation of what we have discussed some time ago? Think of it. Right? Don't you think this is basically the interpretation of what we have discussed some time ago? Right? Many of you will ask, what have you discussed? Tell me. Right? Basically, if you remember, I said, imagine your income is 100 rupees. Imagine your income is 100 rupees and the tax is a 10 rupee. Tax is 10 rupee. What will be the disposable income? Disposable income will be 90 rupees. Now take an example. What if the tax is decreased to 1 rupee? Tax is decreased to 1 rupee. Now the disposable income will become 99 rupees. With higher disposable income, don't you think you will demand more and more goods and services in the market? Let me know. Will you not demand more and more goods and services? That's basically the argument. Okay. Second one, increase in the cost of raw materials. The raw material cost increases. What will happen to market price? Tell me. What will happen to market price if the cost of raw material increases? will you increase the market price or not? The market price should also increase. And if the market price increases, what will happen to demand? The demand will come down. Second one is wrong. Third one, increase in VAT. VAT is nothing but tax. VAT is nothing but tax. Please go back. Yesterday we have discussed this. Do you remember this? I said government will increase the tax, market price will increase. Let me know if I have not told you. I have told you, I know that. Right, sir, where have you told this? In the context of subsidies and taxes, I gave you example of FAME initiative. I gave you example of FAME initiative, faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles. So if government will increase the tax, if government will increase the tax, what will happen to market price? Market price will go up. If the market price goes up, what will happen to demand? Demand will go down. Right, done. So increase in the tax, again, some of you are saying, sir, you did not talk about VAT. My dear, VAT we'll discuss later, don't worry. In the first class itself, I cannot throw GST at you, I cannot throw VAT at you. Right, if I throw GST in the first class, if I tell you GST in the first class, next day half of you will skip class. Right, because initially itself I cannot introduce complicated concepts. We will discuss, don't worry. We'll come to VAT, we'll come to excise, we'll come to sales tax, we'll come to GST, income tax. We'll discuss, have patience. Increase in the tax will increase market prices, demand will come down. So one statement is correct, right option is option A. Right, or else basically in the new pattern will be one statement is correct, two statements are correct, it will be again one statement. Okay, go to the third question now. Okay, as expected, most of you have gone with option D, which is wrong. Tell me, today morning we have discussed this, not very far, right far away, not very long ago also. Today morning itself we have discussed. Whenever you use the term expansion and contraction, whenever you use the term expansion and contraction, is it related to shift of the curve or movement along the curve? Tell me, is it related to shift of the curve or movement along the curve? Movement along the curve. Next question, when there is movement along the curve, what is changing? Are all the factors changing or only price is changing? Now it should be okay with all of you, right? When you're talking about movement along the curve, is it that any factor is changing or only price is changing? Only price is changing. Then how can you choose point 2 and point 3 and come to conclusion D is correct? Think of it. How can you say point 2 is correct, point 3 is correct, and come to conclusion third is correct or option D is correct? No, my dear. Right? Only change in the price will lead to movement along the curve. And when there is a movement along the curve, we use the term expansion and contraction. So right option is option A here. Right option is option A. Any difficulty? It's basic application of what you have discussed. Please be very careful. Be very careful with respect to the questions in UPSC. Let's go to the next one. Okay. 70% have answered correctly. I'm happy. Okay. Income effect on the demand of inferior good. Right? What is the meaning of income effect? If there is a change in the income, simple. If there is a change in the income, either income will increase or income will decrease. Income effect on demand of an inferior good. Please remember, we have discussed inferior good by the way. Right? Income effect on the demand for an inferior good. Can I simply say, when the income of a person increases, the demand for inferior good will go down. And when the income of a person decreases, demand for an inferior good will increase. Please tell me, what is the impact here? Is it negative, right? That is change in the income. Does it have a negative effect on the demand, or does it have a positive effect on the demand? Right? In case of inferior good, the impact is a negative. Right? Impact is negative. Right option for the question will be option B, negative. Okay. Next. Okay. Right. Good. 69% have answered correctly. Which of the following statements is or are correct regarding public goods? Public goods are excludable but non-rivalrous. Public goods are non-excludable but rivalrous. Public goods are neither excludable nor rivalrous. Public goods are both excludable and rivalrous. Can I say option C is correct? Let me know. Can I say straightforward? Option C is correct? Right, that is public goods. We have discussed this by the way. Some of you are asking what is excludable now. My dear, right, where were you? Where were you when we discussed all of this before the break? Right, did we not discuss this? Baba, this is very bad. You are forgetting after half an hour. Then basically there is no point then. Right? So rivalry feature, excludable feature. We have discussed all of this. Right? So right option is option C. Right? So right option is option C here. Okay. Why not D? My dear, public goods. What are the features of public goods? You tell me, what are the features of public goods? Right? Do you remember this slide? What are the features of public goods? These are non-rival and non-excludable. Same question is asking you in prelims. Right? So I hope you understand this. Let me go to the next one. A descriptive question. Okay. Capitalism has guided the world economy to unprecedented prosperity. However, it often encourages a short-sightedness and contributes to wide disparities between the rich and poor. In this light, would it be correct to believe and adopt capitalism for bringing inclusive growth in India? Discuss 250 words. 250 words. Now, please tell me, did we discuss capitalism yesterday? Right? Capitalism, idea for capitalism. And tell me, right, the first part of the statement. First part of the statement, is it not what we have discussed yesterday? That is, capitalism will guide the world economy to unprecedented growth, unprecedented production, employment, etc., etc. However, it often encourages short-sightedness and contributes to wide disparities. What is meaning of wide disparities? Income inequalities, wealth inequalities between the rich and poor. In this light, would it be correct to believe and adopt capitalism for bringing inclusive growth in India? What do you mean by inclusive growth? Inclusive growth means the growth which will provide benefit to everyone. Simple idea. What is inclusive growth? We'll have a detailed discussion. There's a separate chapter on this. We'll discuss. But in the last class, preferably. What is inclusive growth? The growth which will provide benefit to all. What do you mean by all? I should also get the benefit of growth. You should also get the benefit of growth. Poor people should get the benefit of growth. This is basically inclusive growth. Now, can I basically give you the model answer here? What should be the model answer? Start with introduction. And whenever you write mains answer, three components. One is introduction. What should be your introduction? Define capitalism. Simple. Define what is capitalism. Capitalism is a type of an economy wherein for the central problems of the economy, private sector will provide the solution to it. Private sector will provide the solution to it. Then come to the main body. What is the main body here? Right, main body here basically, right, what are the advantages, benefits, merits of the capitalism? Having said so, what are the demerits of capitalism? Do you remember the demerits of capitalism? Harmful goods are produced, income inequality will increase, wealth inequality will increase, etc., etc., etc. Okay, right? So these are the components in the main, right, part of the answer. Then write a conclusion. Then write conclusion. Right? What is a conclusion? Looking at the situation in Indian economy, where the number of poor people are very high, the income inequality is very high, the wealth inequality is very high. Considering all these factors, right, we should not be adopting capitalism. Considering all of these factors, it is not recommended that we have capitalism. Rather than that, a mixed economy model is a better suit, a better fit for Indian economy. That should be the basic, right, model answer for you. But please understand the difficulty of this kind of a question is not that you don't know capitalism. I don't have any doubt. Many of you would have already by hearted the model of capitalism. But the difficulty will be, how do you fit all of this in 250 words? Correct? Please think of it and let me know. How do you fit all of this into 250 words? How do you fit everything that you have read by hearted in 250 words? Because you are supposed to define capitalism, write advantages, disadvantages or merits and demerits, and then finally give a conclusion also. And this is my tip to you. This is my right advice to you. Do not write too much in introduction. Do not have a very lengthy introduction. Right? Why? There is a limitation of number of words. You will have to write it within 250 words. So do not write a very lengthy introduction. The hero of your answer will be main body. I hope you understand. Or if it is a female oriented movie, the heroine of that movie will be your main body. Right? So your main body should be very sturdy, very, very good. Right? Trust me, you will get more marks if your main body is very good. And third important point I want to mention here is, do not write a conclusion which is negative in nature. Is it okay? Do not write a conclusion which is a negative conclusion. Never write it. Right? Why? Please understand. You want to become IS officer. Correct? Everybody, I know. Right? What is your priority? IS. IS. You want to become IS officers. IS officers should provide solution to the problem. IS officers should not create more problems. So that is the reason, right? Simply write a positive. That is, you know that there is a problem means provide a solution then. Provide a solution. That should be your conclusion. Done. This is my recommendation, right? My advice to you, sincere advice. And by the way, advice simply means, right, it can be taken or it can be ignored also. Now it is basically up to you whether to take that advice or not. Done. So let me start with the next chapter today. Sir, but it is biased answer as it favors mixed economy. My dear, we are already following mixed economy, right? We are already following mixed economy. Why do you think we have adopted mixed economy then? Tell me. Why do you think we have adopted mixed economy? Don't you think we have IAS officers who can give recommendation on capitalism? I hope you understand, right? So there will be a model of mixed economy. It is a better model because we are taking features of capitalism, we are taking features of socialism. That's a better model. Okay, done. Let me start with the next chapter. National income aggregates. National income aggregates. What should be the solution? My dear, solution is that we know that there is very higher poverty in India. Correct? We know there is a higher poverty. We know there is also a problem with employment situation. So don't you think your solution or your conclusion should consist of recommendations to address these problems, so that the model mixed model economy that we are following, right, will help in achieving, right, inclusive growth? That should be your argument. Okay, done. And there was one student who said, sir, the question on the public goods, the question on public goods, right, you wrote a public library, right, but you're saying, right, this is non-exclusive, etc. My dear, I've written it very clearly, right? Although initially there was only public library, I corrected and I said a book in a public library. I'm not saying public library. I took the example of a book in a public library. A book in a public library is a rival. It is a rival, right? But this is not excludable. That was the basic argument. Okay, done. So let me start with the next chapter. That is national income aggregate. What are the points we'll be covering under this? Very, very important chapter. Very, very important chapter. First, what are the types of income aggregates that we generally discuss? Right, these are the types. Have a look at this. GDP, gross domestic product. GNP, gross national product. NDP, net domestic product. NNP, net national product. And finally, NI, national income. Right, NI is national income. Okay, now understand the next point. What is the new GDP methodology that we are using? This was asked last year in the mains examination. I'll show you the question, don't worry. In fact, this was asked last year in the mains examination. Per capita income, pro and counter cyclical growth, vicious and virtuous cycle of growth. These two are current affairs. Please be very careful. And the next is, as usual, the questions which have been asked in the last couple of years on this argument or this chapter. Let's start. What are the different aggregates that we generally use? Okay, what are the different aggregates? These are the different aggregates. But if you're reading the newspapers, right, follow my argument now. If you're reading the newspapers, please tell me, will you come across all these aggregates, or mainly you will come across the first one? Let me check how many of you read newspapers now. Right, when you read newspapers, will you come across all these aggregates in the newspaper, or you mainly, most of the times, 99% of the times, right, you will come across this, right? GDP is important. GDP is the most important. In case of India, we have adopted model of GDP. That is the reason most of the discussion will be centering around the idea of a GDP itself. Okay, now let me start. What is GDP? What do you mean by GDP? Gross domestic product. Gross domestic product simply means the market price of all the final goods and services. I repeat, the market price of all the final goods and services which are produced in India. That's very important. Which are produced in India, right? Where they are consumed does not matter. Where they are used does not matter. These final goods and services should be produced in India. So whatever is the market price of all these final goods and services, if I count it, that is called as gross domestic product. We can calculate gross domestic product for India, for USA, for China, for Great Britain, for every country, we can calculate GDP. Point number two, I've used the term time period here. And I've used the term time period. What is the meaning of a time period? There is a term called as a financial year. Please remember this. Very often you'll come across this in the newspaper. There's a term called as a financial year. Right? I can use the term financial year, or else they will write a short form of this FY, or they will also simply use the term fiscal year. All are one and the same, right? I can use the term financial year, FY, or fiscal year. All of them mean simply one thing. Financial year starts from the 1st of April and will continue up to 31st of March. Any difficulty, please do let me know. Financial year will start from the 1st of April, will continue up to 31st of March. And this financial year is generally divided into 4 quarters. Or you can also say 2 half years. Right, into 2 half years, right? You can simply say it is divided into 4 quarters, or it is also divided into 2 half years. For example, from april april, May, June. April to June, we'll call this as a quarter 1. Then July, August, September, July to September, this is called as a quarter 2. Right, then October to December, you can count it, it will be 3 months, this will be referred as a third quarter. And then from January to the next year March, this is a fourth quarter. Then if you want to divide that into 2 equal half years, right, basically, then, right, understand this, we will start from the month of April, right, and we will count it till September, then October to March. Right, October to March. This is right, half a financial year. This is 4 quarters. Point number 3, GDP for India, we calculate it quarter wise. Point number 3, GDP in India, we calculate it quarter wise. Right, we will calculate for quarter, we will calculate for half a financial year, and we will calculate for full financial year as well. We will calculate it for full financial year as well. Now, who will calculate? Who will publish GDP data? It is published by NSO. Now, please tell me, have you come across the term NSO in the newspapers? Sunday, I asked you to read a newspaper article. Have you come across the term NSO in the newspapers and Sunday's newspaper? Right, NSO stands for National Statistical Office. Right, National Statistical Office. Right, this National Statistical Office will function under Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Statistics and Program Implementation. So NSO functions under, right, MOSPI, that is a Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Right, that is the next point. Now, fifth point, how do we calculate GDP then? How do we calculate GDP? How? There are 3 methods to calculate a GDP. We'll go one after the other. There are 3 methods to calculate GDP. Point number 1, or method number 1, output or product value method. Output or product value method. Please look at the formula. Total output into market prices. And what do you mean by total output here? Whatever final goods and services which are produced. Right, we generally do not count, I repeat, in calculation of GDP, that is GDP number, we should exclude intermediary goods. We should not be including intermediary goods. Why? Let me explain. Imagine this is the only product manufactured in India. Right, imagine, let's make it simple. Imagine this is the only product manufactured in India. Now, to manufacture this product, you will use a steel, cost is, let's say, 30 rupees. You will use a plastic, let's say, cost is 20 rupees, and the market price of this bottle is 100 rupees. Now, the problem is, if you count price of steel, plastic, as well as price of the bottle, Don't you think you're counting steel two times? Let me know. Right? Don't you think you're counting steel, value of the steel twice? Value of plastic twice. Right? Do you think the GDP value is a correct number? No. That is a precise reason. In order to avoid, remember this, tomorrow we'll be using this concept again. In order to avoid double counting, misrepresentation of the GDP number, we will have to exclude the value of the inputs. Any problem with this? We will have to exclude value of the inputs. Right? Exclude the value of the inputs, count only final goods and services market price, that is GDP to you. Right? For example, right, I said, imagine there are 10 final goods and services manufactured in India, produced in India. Imagine 10 final goods and services manufactured or produced in India. And let's say market price of these 10 goods is 15 rupees per unit. So what will happen to GDP? The GDP number will be 150 rupees. GDP number will be 150 rupees. Any problem with the first method? Please do let me know now. Any problem with the first method? Can I go to the second method now? Second one is income method. Second one is income method. Now please, right, just let me know. Do you remember the concept of factor incomes? Did you revise yesterday's class? Do you remember the concept of factor incomes? What do you mean by factor incomes? In the market, to the manufacturer will provide factor services. It could be capital, it could be land, it could be anything. Will provide factors of production. And when you provide factors of production, you will earn a certain income. Because it is income associated with factors of production, we'll simply call it as factor incomes. Factor incomes. Now, right, how do we use these to calculate GDP? How do we use factor incomes to calculate GDP? Let me give a very simple example. First and foremost, right, you tell me, imagine you're a manufacturer. Imagine you're a manufacturer, you want to manufacture this bottle. Can I say you will use the factors of production? Anybody disagrees with me? Imagine you're a manufacturer, you want to manufacture this bottle, you will use the factors of production. What are the factors of production? Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, correct? Now, when the company purchases land, that is anything that is a resource, land naturally available, company pays rent. Now, what is the factor income? This is factor cost. What is the factor income? Factor income is also rent. For labor, it is wages, and income is also wages here. For capital, it is interest, and income is also interest here. And finally, entrepreneurship, it is a profit here, and it is also profit here. So one side is a factor cost, another side is a factor income. One side is a factor cost, another side is a factor income. Now please tell me, if you are a manufacturer, you want to decide what is the price of the bottle. I repeat, you are a manufacturer. You want to decide the price of the bottle. Will you not include all these factors to decide the price of the bottle? Let me know. Does it make sense to you or not? Will you not add all of these to arrive at price of the bottle? Let's say price of the bottle is 100. Now, if a price of the bottle under the cost methodology, think of it. If price of the bottle under the factor cost method is 100 rupees, what should be the price of the bottle under factor income method? 100 rupee? Does it make sense to you? Yes or no? Right? Which means, I'm going to one more point now, which means Whether you calculate GDP under the cost method, whether you calculate GDP under the cost method or income method, the value of GDP should remain same. Some of you worried about taxes, etc. I will tell you tomorrow how taxes are adjusted. Have patience. Don't worry, I'll tell you how taxes would be adjusted, etc. I will tell you that. Don't worry, just wait for some time. Right? So basically, my argument is you take the sum total of all the factor incomes. You take the sum total of all the factor incomes. Can we calculate GDP using this method? Of course, yes. But more importantly, can I say that, right, whatever is the value of GDP I get under factor income method should be same as whatever is the GDP value under the cost method, under output method? Anybody has a problem with this? Anybody has a problem? Right? I'm showing you the numbers right in front of you. Right? Value should be same. In fact, remember this. I'll go to the third point here. Right? I'll go to the third point. The argument is whether you calculate GDP using the first method, second method, or third method. Whether you calculate GDP using the first, second, or third method doesn't matter. Value of GDP should always be one and the same. You should get the same value of GDP under all the three methods. Now let me talk about third method here. Expenditure method. Let me talk about the third method, expenditure method. Now what is the concept of expenditure method? Follow this carefully. Expenditure method simply measures how much is the total expenditure done on goods and services. Simple argument. How much is the total expenditure done on final goods and services? Now please tell me, if market price of this bottle is 150 rupees, this is a final good. If the market price of this bottle is 150 rupees and you purchase this bottle, can I say your expenditure is 150 rupees? Any problem with this? I'm taking very simple example. Imagine only one bottle is produced in India. Final goods and service, only one bottle. And the market price of the bottle is 150. So can I write GDP through production method? GDP through production method is 150 rupees. Only one final good into market price. Now you will purchase this final good. How much money will you pay? 150 rupees. Now I'm talking about total expenditure done in India. Total expenditure done on final goods and services. How much is the total expenditure done by you on final goods and services? 150 rupees. Now tell me, is it okay if I say, right, whether you calculate GDP through production method or expenditure method, value should be one and the same? Any difficulty? Whether you calculate GDP through production method, right, or expenditure method, value should be one and the same. Can I go forward now? Can I explain to you the formula for the GDP, the expenditure method? Repeat. Arey my dear. Output method. In output method, what do we calculate? GDP, how do we calculate it? Whatever is the final goods and services into market price. I am saying, imagine only one final good is produced. Imagine only one final good and service is produced. Right? And the market price is 150. What is GDP through production method? GDP through production or output method is 150 rupees. Come to the expenditure method. Come to the expenditure method. In expenditure method, what do we measure? How much money do we spend on final goods and services? If only one good is produced, you will purchase this good. Market price is 150. What is GDP through expenditure method? 150 rupees. So output method 150, expenditure method is also 150. Right? So value should be same. Now some of you are worried about taxation. Listen to me first. Did I say or not? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Earlier, did I say or not? Tomorrow I will tell you how taxes would be adjusted. Let me know. Right? Did I say this? 9. Right? I want answer now only. Tell me how taxes will be adjusted. Tell me now, tell me now, tell me now. Have patience. We'll discuss. It's not over. We'll discuss. Tomorrow in the first half, you will only say, sir, stop with GDP calculation. I'll give you so many concepts. Have patience. Come to the point here. Now, is the logic okay? Right? Whether you calculate GDP through production, expenditure, or income method, value should be same. But what is the formula? How do we calculate through expenditure method? Simple. Have a look at this. Right? Imagine 100 bottles are manufactured. Simple. Imagine 100 bottles are manufactured. Can I say out of 100, some of them will be exported to USA? Let me know. Imagine 100 bottles are manufactured. This is a final good. Out of 100 goods, some of these goods will be exported to USA. Point number 1. Remember, some goods are exported, which means although the bottles are consumed in USA, I will have to count the market price of the bottle when I calculate India's GDP. Point number 2. Right? In India, we will spend money on bottles as well as on, let's say, mobile phones. Simple argument. In India, let's say, all of us means what? Can I say government of India? That is government, central government, state government, plus, right, the companies, that is the firms, plus houses, that is households. Please do let me know. Right, in case of India, right, government, firms, and households will spend money on mobiles as well as bottles. Let's say only two goods. But what if I say all the mobiles that we are using in India are imported? Think of this. Let's say government will spend 100 rupee, companies will spend 200, and households will spend 300 rupees. What if I say the mobile phones are imported in India? Now, if total expenditure here is 600 on bottles plus mobiles, don't you think I should be subtracting the value of the mobiles from this value if I want to calculate GDP for India? Participate and let me know. And because the mobile phones are imported, these were manufactured, let's say, in USA, do you think we should include the value of mobile phones in calculation of India's GDP? No, because these were manufactured outside India. Now, can I write it like this? From this number, I will subtract value of mobile phones and I will add value of bottles which are exported. Any difficulty? Please do let me know. This is the formula. From this number, I will subtract what is the value of mobile phone. In simple terms, what is the value of imports? And I will add the value of exports. Which means I'm trying to find out how much is the total expenditure on final goods and services which were manufactured in India. Which were manufactured in India. Any problem here? This is the formula. This is the formula. Let me show it to you. Expenditure method, the formula is C. What is C? How much all of us are spending. Expenditure by households, that is C. What is I? Expenditure done by companies. Expenditure done by companies. And what is G? Expenditure done by the government. From this total expenditure, I will subtract what is the value of imports and I will add the value of exports. From all of this, I'll subtract the value of imports. I will add the value of exports. What is left out? What is left out then? Total expenditure done on goods and services which are manufactured in India. Is it okay? Is the formula okay with all of you? Let me know. We'll stop the discussion now. I'll address the questions. Any problem with, write the formula here. Ultimately, the argument is simple. What is the market price of goods and services produced in India? You should find that, right? So we can use a expenditure method, we can use a output method, right? We can use a even income method. Can we go forward now? We'll stop the discussion today here. If you have any questions, please do let me know so that we can conclude the session for today. If the factor cost or expenditure is 100, then GDP will be 100. Is it right? Again, please understand, certain adjustments are done. I'll explain the full calculation tomorrow. That is basically taxes will have to be adjusted, subsidies will have to be adjusted. I will tell you how taxes and subsidies will be adjusted tomorrow. Have patience. Okay. Money spent by government on infrastructure in the economy will circulate and reach households and they will spend the same. Won't it lead to double counting? No. No. Right? It will not lead to double counting. Okay. Okay. Before I take up questions, there's a feedback form which has been sent to you. For the earlier classes, that is the polity classes, a feedback form has been sent to you. Please fill in, right? Provide your honest feedback for the polity classes. Okay. Explain product value method again. I'll repeat it. In product value method, we take all the final goods and services and multiply with market prices. Right? That is basically how product value method is calculated. Okay. Sir, why no value addition in final good? My dear, if you keep on counting the intermediary goods, that will lead to double counting. What is the impact of inflation on GDP? We are yet to take up inflation. Don't worry, we'll discuss inflation later. Spillover is negative for alcohol. How? My dear, if you consume more alcohol, you can harm others. You can basically drive into a crowd of people, kill others, right? And moreover, if you keep on drinking alcohol, your productivity will be affected, right? Your salary can be cut, you can be removed from the job. So, negative spillover effect. Tomatoes comes under which good? Tomato is an essential good. But somebody's savings is used for somebody else's investment. Can the faculty please answer? Of course, yes, that is how the money circulates in the economy. Right? Is it okay if I use a statement? Somebody's expenditure is somebody else's income? Let me know. Somebody's expenditure is somebody else's income. For example, you're owner of a company. If you employ me, you will pay me salary. That is your expenditure. But for me, it is an income. That is how the whole economy will function. That is how the money gets circulated. During COVID, supply of sanitizer was inelastic initially, but after government intervention, it became elastic. Yes, initially, right, it was difficult to get the access to the sanitizer, but over the period of time, supply increased. If we are engineering background, what should we do to understand economics? Read. Doesn't matter which background you have. Please read. Okay, make your fundamentals strong. Okay. Unsold finished at the end of the year becomes capital. Yes. Unfinished goods counted as a part of capital. Unsold goods will also be counted as part of capital because the money has already been spent. ID is greater than 0, ID is less than 0. My dear, right? In case of income, we have discussed normal goods and inferior goods. Right? We have discussed this idea at least 10 times now. If income goes up, right, demand for a good will go down, which means income goes up means your income is increasing plus let's say 10%. Demand for a product will go down, let's say minus 10%. Substitute, outcome will be negative, that is less than 0. Right? That is an inferior good. On the other side, it will be a normal good. Assembled goods within territory is included in GDP. My dear, tell me, did we not discuss what is the impact on imports and exports? What is the impact of imports and exports on value of GDP? Did we not discuss this? Okay. Do you discuss about prelims and mains for economics on every Friday? What are we doing after end of every chapter then? What are we doing after the end of the first chapter? Did we not discuss questions which have come in prelims as well as mains at the end of the first chapter? Okay. In expenditure method, investment includes gross capital formation and not just gross capital formation. Why? Again, I'll prove that tomorrow. Right? Generally understand this. we take I, that is investment done by the companies, right? In the form of a gross fixed capital formation, basically in the form of investments are done to calculate. Because I'll tell you, there is a calculation done. Whatever is unfinished goods, whatever is inventory, etc. It is taken as a CIS, right? If you read the documents of Government of India, which I don't recommend, there is a term called as change in stocks. Change in stocks is taken separately and it gets added. Although it is an investment, it gets added separately. Okay. Rather than saying my question is not answered, please tell me what is your question. How complementary products? My goodness. If price of the printer goes up, what will happen to demand for ink? You apply logic, no? We have discussed this yesterday also, today also. If the price of printer goes up, what will happen to demand for ink? Automatically it should go down. That is a complementary goods. It means the transportation of goods will affect elasticity. My dear, elasticity is more associated with price and right the supply factors. Why are we adding number of imports? Where are we adding number of imports? You tell me. Where are we adding number of imports? It is minus imports, right? Please look at it very carefully. Okay, done then. Let me stop the discussion here today. We'll continue with the discussion tomorrow. We'll start with right the GDP method. That is the output of product value method. This was there. This is required for you. We will have a detailed discussion tomorrow. I will tell you how taxes are adjusted, how subsidies are adjusted. Right. Then maybe after 1 hour you will only say, "Sir, GDP calculation is very very detailed, very technical in nature." Don't worry, we'll discuss that tomorrow. Okay. So thanks a lot. Take care. See you tomorrow, sharp morning, 6 a.m. Okay. But before I wind up the discussion, uh, some of you keep on asking, sir, what should we read in newspapers? For example, today's newspaper, there is an article on SEBI. My recommendation, please read it. You may not understand it. Don't worry. Read it. We'll discuss it when I take up financial market. There is one more article on surveys, right? There is one more article, in fact, two articles. One is open editorial, and a second one is a very big article. Are surveys, right, biased in India? Right? What I would recommend is read these kind of articles. Okay, done. Take care. Right. See you tomorrow. Have a great day.